so that we learn from history and forge ahead to the future. I think those are my submissions.
Thank you so much, Anthony. And you have touched on points that I had already wanted us to discuss, but we'll get to them. I can see Victor Yale, you had already raised your hand on the comment section. Tell me, according to you, in the context of whatever is happening in the country, how would you describe the state of the nation? And do you agree with what Charles and Anthony have said? Charles said that we're in a moment of retrospection where we are actually thinking, we need to keep these leaders accountable. We need them to do what put them in office. And also, Anthony has brought a lot of good points on if the Gen Zs don't want dialogue, how will this movement move next? Because so many to the next step, because so many people have dropped off from this movement. So I would like to hear from you. What are your thoughts on this? How would you describe the state of the nation, Victor? Victor? Had medicals interns will start to be posted starting August 1st, and then we also have the SRC freezing salary increments. People could say these are good moves in regards to being hard. Them leaving out to go to the streets was kind of hard. Do you agree that this movement has brought a lot of change in the government, Charles? And what other wins would you say would you record from when the protests started?
Thank you, Priscilla. I think for me, even the rejection of the finance bill was a catalyst. That's a catalyst of where we are right now. We may think there's so many things that are there. And you see, history, if we are good students of history, even the clamor for multipartyism, the likes of Martin Shikuku, the likes of all these guys who they had so much issues. That's why we have a new constitution. That's why we pride in one of the best constitutions in the world. One of the best. It was a resultant in the world. That's why it was a resultant of. That's why even like now. That's why there is fight. That's why even like these now we are celebrating Sabasaba. But far above that, it's a space now. I think the protests brought every one of us to the table. I think for me, the protests were a catalyst that we all see. Murkomen. Even before he was a senator, he was a mouthpiece of the devolution. He became a senator. Then our question is, and that's why as Gen Zs we don't understand what is this thing that happens. On one side, when you're not in government, you're the person shouting the loudest. Yet when you enter into the government, What is this system? And that's why we're saying reform the government, because the system within the government structures is a thing that cannibalizes our individuals. The likes we have most of activists, and that's why today I wouldn't want, I do not want to say our Gen Zs are bad not having a leader. It's good to, even the way we are saying we are leaders, because we have seen guys who are like the leaders of this movement. Once they were given these positions, they did not do much. The systems were cannibalized them. And that's why, like, on this protest, the most objective thing that we are able to do as citizens is be able to bring reforms to organizations, bring reforms to our government institutions. That which we are saying should be, let it happen, let it be seen, and also let it do and also be seen to do the right thing. Because we've seen guys, even the CSs that have been fired, and we celebrate, in the previous years, they were the clamor of this, change of government. They are the guys who fought the budget that Uhuru had. What is this thing that cost when they brought in their budget? Their budget is being fought. It's the structures within the government. These structures are bureaucratic. These structures are ineffective. These structures do not have a sense of accountability. Government does not have accountability. And so at this point, even as we are pushing for this, when there's this clamor for protest and everything, let's have, and it's not what you're talking about dialogue. Your leaders bring so and so. No. Relook through the government. It's like we had a moment where we got a new constitution, the 2010 constitution that had been fought for so many years. It was a clamor that was resultant out of battles and people going to bomb us. There were those dialogues that were there. And that's what we are saying. The revolution that we're looking at right now should result at us being able to reform government institutions. We've seen the failing of our government institution, our intelligence. Look at the intelligence of our country. It's failing the president. It's failing us. The intelligence fails the parliament. So they're not able to hear. They're not able to listen. Because that's the result of, that's the actual result of what has happened. Our institutions are not listening. Our institutions are not hearing the plight of the citizens themselves. And so there's need to reform them. For me, I'm thinking beyond, far and above us trying to look for who is the leader or not, is to be able to say, let's reform our government institutions. If our intelligence can fail to that degree, intelligence, the topmost secret. Growing up, we know that's why it's Sirikali. If that topmost notch fails even the government itself, then where are we? The king is naked. The king is naked. That's the truth of the matter. If up to now the police, resultant of all the reforms that have happened, they still react the way they hit Martin Shikuku, Reverend Joya. They are hitting protesters like those early days in 1992. Me growing up. If that's the same police, we have tried to say this is not the police force, it's the police service. But you see, it was just a name, but the structure itself hasn't formed. Today we see protesters in Paris, an entire one man, but we do not see such incidences. The intelligence is informing us they are the ones who are hiring goons because they do not know how to respond. So it's high time we're able to tell ourselves the truth. Let's reform our institutions. Let's reform our government institutions and bring accountability. Let's reform them and let it be reflective of our current government structures, our governance. We who are being governed, there's a way we want to be governed. Let it be a reflective of the same. That's my humble submission.
Thank you so much, Charles, for your points. You said reform the government, and also one thing I've picked from you is that you say that our institutions aren't hearing the Kenyans. I'd like to hear from Lennox, who is an avid listener of the space. The state of the nation, how would you describe it? And we were talking about, since the protests began, most of there are things that the people who went outside to protest, even on social media, there were different hashtags that were going on. For example, Occupy Parliament, Occupy MOH, reject the Finance Bill 2024. And we can see that some of these hashtags saw through. People actually occupied parliament on the 25th of June. The president withdrew the finance bill. The cabinet was dissolved. People were asking for a more competent government. But Charles has said that more needs to be done. The government needs to be reformed. The institutions need to be reformed. What do you think about this, Lennox?
Thank you very much. I think it's true. We need to reform the government. We need to reform all of this. What I really want to hear from people is like, what is the formula? Today I was walking to town and I saw the policemen and women in the city center, and I feel like the police have never earned their keep like these 2 months or 1.5 months per se. So yes, we need reform, but how are we going to get to the reform? Because we've gone to the streets, we've won some battles, but we seem to be in a place whereby we are in an equilibrium kind of, things seems to be not moving, because I feel like the government has changed. They have changed tactics. They listened to us in the first 1, 2, 3 weeks, but now they seem to be regrouping in terms of the political class, regrouping to kind of fight back the common man or the common mwananchi. So I feel like yes, we need reforms, but it's about time the Kenyan people, or per se the youth, or the Gen Z and the millennials, I would want to say at this point where we are as Kenyans, mainly being led by the Gen Zs and the millennials in this protest, we need to have a face behind everything that is happening. A face, I mean, we need to also as a regroup and stand behind faces. This thing of us having a leaderless, tribeless, they said leaderless, tribeless, and some other thing less that I'm forgetting. I feel like tribeless is good, but I feel like now it's a point, we are in a point where we need some leadership. We need some sort of direction, and having this some sort of direction, I think needs us to come together and kind of be political about what we want. Be political about what we want. I mean, we need to be we need to come together as Kenyans and belong to a certain group. And this group should be a group that wants change for Kenya. Right now they are saying because we don't have a leader, or because we don't have, people are going to the streets, yes, but everyone is fighting for their own action. For example, someone will say, I'm going to the streets to fight because I don't have a job. Someone will say, I'm going to the streets because I want to recall parliament. Someone will say, I'm going to the street because I want to recall Ruto. I'm going to the street because I feel like I'm paying debt that is not my debt. I feel like we need some sort of direction, so that even the people who are supporting the protest, or even the people who are supporting for this change, they don't feel lost, or they don't feel like we have lost our way. So as a state of the nation, I feel like the protest has reached an equilibrium point whereby yes, we are achieving things, but somehow also we are going back on the things that we have achieved, because some politicians or some players in the political class are engaging other youths to to probably get in the protest and do the wrong things, like, for example, breaking into people's shops. So my submission is very easy. As a nation, we are in a point whereby I feel like we're in equilibrium. We are fighting for changes, but these changes, some of them have come, but the government is changing tactics, and chips are falling into place. You're seeing some of the political class just coming together to defend their own, leaving the common man, the Kenyan woman or man, being left alone in the street, or leaving the ones that have died to seem like they died for nothing, yet they have died for something. So I feel like the next point of this nation, the next step that we need to take is to come together as Kenyans and fight for specific actions that will take the movement forward, something that will make this country move to the next step. Yes, Kenyans have realized that going to the street helps, because going to the streets now has made even the political class, the ones that have flags on their vehicles, they are no longer putting flags in these vehicles. The political class, the ones that used to go to church every day and shout on top of the podium or on top of the altar that I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that, they are no longer doing that. It means we have achieved something. But now we need to come together as a voice and say, yes, you've responded to our struggles well, but now we need things solved in this way. Parliament to go, or we need the whole system to collapse, or we need the whole system to go down by, for example, we need the bunge out, we need the president out. But at the same time, I would want Kenyans to know what they say when they meet. Again, in terms of the protest, I feel like we are not taking the bigger step. We're taking very small step, but not, by not knowing, by people not being convinced enough to have the same voice. So
Th-
I think we should have the same voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lennox. You've mentioned as the Gen Z, which I feel like is wrongly named. This revolution is affecting everyone, but you said that being leaderless will not take this revolution any further, that the Gen Zs should be political with what they want. I can see, James, your hand is up. Do you agree? And if not, why? And also, the previous question was, there have been strides in regards to occupying parliament, the CSs being dissolved, the SRC freezing salary increments, medical interns being posted. Would you count this as good steps in the right direction, James?
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending on where everyone is streaming from. Thank you for the platform. Let me begin by saying I feel Lennox has said we are in an equilibrium. We are trying to balance off two, we're like in a scale system. There's one side that's wanted reforms, and they felt that if the government reformed various sectors, that would appease them. That would be a sign of good faith from the government and goodwill that would assure them that the country would tilt back to the right direction. Then there is that other group, which I'm part of, which from the beginning, we were not comfortable with reforms because they are merely a lip service. They will not really change this country for the better. Because I like using this analogy of a school situation. If a school has a principal, teachers, a secretary, an accounts clerk, for example, an high school, the lack of performance of that institution can be solely pegged on the principal because he controls the mood in the school, the culture the teachers entertain, and the students, laziness or strictness in the school, pilferage of fees from the accounts office, and generally the general conduct of the school. So unequivocally, I would say the principal of any school determines how that school will perform academically, because the core business of a school is to perform academically. The core business of a president, likening him to a school, is to ensure that the country, firstly, is united. Secondly, there is equitable distribution of resources which are collected by the government. And thirdly, to uphold the constitution, among other functions the president serves. If you transfer the senior teachers and the teachers and the secretary and the accounts clerk in a high school, that would not affect the goal of that school. But if you transferred the principal, who is the vision bearer for the school, or if you had him resign, or if you fired the principal, or if parents pushed for the unseating of the principal, that would change the direction of that school. We have a situation where we have a president who we need to change, because the problem is him. And anyone who cannot see that probably has a problem, and they need to open their eyes. And this is the message we should be putting out there, that the problem is the president. And I'm saying this respectfully. He's a mentee of former President Daniel Arap Moi. He's still a mentee of Raila Odinga. And it appears he copied the bad traits. President Ruto had a chance to fix this nation in 2022 and prior to 2022, to push for politics of inclusion, to push for tribeless politics, to push for corrupt-free politics. Of patronage and tokenism, siasa za kupangisha watu laini, kuwapea pesa, or dishing out that is Azimio in this year, because we all know what was happening with Raila and the AU commission seat, is what gave us a vacuum, a moment to change this country, to push for change. If there were seriously and wisely, as a lawyer do the same, as a journalist do the same, make it known to the rest of Kenya that we have direction in leaps and bounds with a president who respects the judiciary, with a president who respects
Don't you think this is a privacy infringement into the privacy of the people? And I also saw that they can also take a part of your car, which means they can take a number plate of your car until you avail yourself the police station. This will give all those governments officials who are willing to cut down your driver's license number. Why don't you open a case against me and present me in court, or ticket me, send me a ticket. I'll come, maybe either pay or present myself in court. What can be done on this kind of policies or bill that was really recently signed by Sogoi King? I'll jump out. That is my last point.
Thank you very much. You corrected me. I should pronounce it Mogonchi. I got it right. Kindly inbox the host and the co-host on that data thing. We don't want to discuss it on the panel. We have a few of us already that are on it. So inbox either, and then we'll touch on it over there. In regards to that that bill, I think Wakili, either of you can take it, and then we can give another speaker. Anybody that has a legal question and is on the speaker panel, kindly, I could give you a chance so that when they take your question, they just do it for a minute. We rarely get them on board, so take advantage. Esther, you have a question on in legal issues?
Yes, please.
Okay, take it.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I had earlier discussed what is happening in the education sector, the attacks on every level of education. I'm just going to go through them quickly. When a child, let's talk about a poor child in Kenya is born, there used to be Linda Mama to protect them in the first 5 years of life. That's been taken away. Once they get into school, there used to be Edu Afya to take care of them and their health while in school. That's also been taken away by this government. Something else I forgot to mention earlier, the school feeding program for primary schools has been cut out by this government as well. JSS teachers, 46,000 of them, have been let go by the government. And without pressure, I don't see them without the kind of pressure the medics put on the Ministry of Health. These teachers will remain unemployed and away from their classrooms. Around 50,000 teachers missing from classrooms. You can imagine the damage that is doing to our children. That's in high school, JSS teachers. University, we know what has happened. Fees going from 30,000 to 300,000 a year. And that's for the cheaper courses. And my question is, because if we don't fight for this generation with every tool available to us and win and make sure that the next generation is as educated as us, we will have failed them. And I also mentioned that this is the first government that has attacked university education in Kenya and closed the door, shut the door, to make sure that they have a generation that is poor, uneducated, unempowered, and with no access to information. So they'll not rise up like we have risen. My question to the lawyers, please, is in the Constitution of Kenya, in Article 53, 1B, it states that every child has a right to free and compulsory basic education. And Article 55A says the state shall take measures, including affirmative action programs, to ensure that the youth access relevant education and training. Can we take the government to court? Is that one of the tools available to us? And would the LSK explain how we can do that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther. Seniors, I think you can take that. Then we carry on with.
The international law and also African Charter, and even our Kenyan courts have interpreted this aspect of what is progressive realization. When you tell someone that for you to be able to access these particular higher standards of health services or able to access this sort of education, what are the criteria that define what we call progressive realization? And one of them has been, which has been set out, is the aspect of putting up deliberate measures by the state to put up measures that are geared towards this agenda. If you're saying that people need to go to school, we need to see how much resources being allocated to schools. There's something on that breath that I've always noted with a lot of concern, is the aspect of bursaries. The question that keeps on pondering in my head is, why do we have a kitty called bursary, which is meant to help Kenyan students and Kenyan children to access education, but this money is held by political leaders and to be released as a way of favor to the constituent? You find the office of the president has a kitty. You go to the office of the deputy president, has a kitty on the bursary. You go to the governor, has a kitty on the bursary. You go to the MP, has a kitty on the bursary. Yet all this money will be used and pumped in the education system and education sector through the ministry, and ensuring the capitation is delivered on time to the schools, so that every single child has an equal opportunity to access school without their parents begging the members of parliament. If you look at how our parents and our colleagues who have children will walk into those CDF offices every single minute with papers and bunch of envelopes, trying to follow up for this kind of, as if it's they are giving you a favor. So when we interrogate these concerns, we need to ask the question of what measures the government is doing, whether these measures are retrogressive in nature or progressive in nature, and whether the people who are vulnerable and special are being protected. And so that this will give us a confirmation that the government's realization of these rights, though progressive, are they putting in place? Is it something achievable, and is it a realistic way of doing it because they are meeting a particular criteria as set out? So right now, as we reflect on the Kenyan education system, we look at children in places, especially outside Nairobi, and you go to North Rift Valley, especially the north part of it. You go to Ukambani region. You go to some places central Kenya. You go to some places in West Kenya. There are so many schools in very depopulated states. Students are not even able to access schools. I was seeing a picture in X platform of a water tank donated by a member of, I think, area women rep, but the children cannot be able to take the tank to school because the roads are in very poor condition. But I know they pay tax every day. So these are rights that we can push for their enforcement. These are rights that we can sue the various institutions and government departments. And these are rights that we can demand for their realization. We can hold our leaders at all levels, even the Ministry of Education, accountable for this particular right that our children have. And I want to request us to to push for this issue, especially on the bursary, so that I was seeing a quick math somewhere on someone was doing some mathematics, which was ranging to almost 80 billion on the money that is spent in form of bursaries, and that money can be pumped in the Ministry of Education. So it is, I may not have the exact figures, but we are talking of billions of shillings that are being spent to be dished out in form of goodies to buy off members, public loyalty, instead of people realizing and appreciating that these are their rights. It's your right to go to school and find education. Schools with the books, is your right to find teachers there. If it's junior secondary schools, government's duty to hire teachers and pay them. Teachers, because even this right of education, as we talk about even our teachers on that breath, the kind of salaries they receive, is it motivating enough? The kind of working conditions they have, is it motivating enough to make them also give their best in these particular institutions? So there's a lot of issues that surrounds making education a success, especially on policy and implementation of it. And our business as vigilant and revolutionaries and people who are supporting development of this country is to push and to hold these leaders accountable to ensure that they deliver on these issues, that our rights and our fundamental rights that we need to be realized. Thank you. Can I allow Banarienye to weigh in on that?
Yes,
All right.
kindly go
Thank
ahead.
you very much, Steve. I think I associate myself with the sentiments that Steve made, but we need to realize that the constitution is a big room which is implemented through policy, the legislation, and simply by administrative actions. I will start with the issue of Article 33 that the lady asked about. Probably what we have done, in the past, we have not questioned the policy aspects that inform the funding of government programs. And probably one of the best routes we should be taking as citizens is when the minister or the CS for finance is presenting the budget policy statement, we should be taking some time and analyze it and interrogate it and see the policy position that the government is taking in terms of actualizing some of those rights. Then she asked whether going to court is one of the avenues that one of the tools that can be deployed. And my answer to that is yes. And you do not have to wait for the LSK to go to court. You yourself as a citizen can go to court. In fact, most lawyers here will tell you that they are willing to represent you pro bono. They want to go to court but they lack a petitioner. So someone like you can offer yourself to be a petitioner. You could approach any advocate, including Wakili Steve here. They could represent you and you could be elements the government needs to put in place to actualize that particular right. Then there was the gentleman who mentioned something about the Traffic Act. I think for most of us, when you look at the Traffic Act and other laws within the, within the criminal justice system, most of us, are still aspirational. Our interaction with the criminal justice system, we aspire it to be like what we see in the West. For instance, we will want to, I have seen people on social media telling a police officer, you cannot get into my car without a warrant. Well, that is not necessarily the truth in our context. Yes, the Constitution aspires for us to be that way, but the Traffic Act, as currently drafted, gives that police officer the power to get into your vehicle. So probably that's why I had previously suggested some of these elements. As citizens now, we need to start speaking out, talk to our members of parliament, find ways of proposing amendments to those laws, which in my view are really draconian. You will see police officers saying that they have seen, there is something in our law called a cognizable offense in the penal code, a cognizable offense. In the National Police Service Act, they call it a cognizable offense. And the administrative part of policing makes almost everything cognizable. So a police officer will say, I'm getting into your car because I suspect there is something. So, and it happens. So until we amend those laws to fit what ideally is contained in our constitution, we will continue seeing those things. And probably this movement should encourage us to amend those laws. I hope I have answered the two patriots. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wakili. James had asked that question, and Esther, I hope you've been answered well. And still, they'll be coming back. Magoncho, you're still on the speaker. I want you to drop you, but then we need a communication from you to add on to the other IT people. So we'll go to Otero, and then Engineer, and then Koki. Then we can add another list on another new speakers. Otero.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
First of all, I want
We can hear you.
Yes, first of all, I want to salute all the soldiers that we lost in the battlefield. And this fight has been one of a kind. And we did something that is going to be remembered forever. Number two, Kenya is for everyone. And the power belongs to the people. And no matter how much these people brutalize, maim and kill young men, and even abduct them, we still keep pushing. I know it might not pay right now, but I know someday it will pay off. Even the blood of those young men that we've lost, those people who called the shots and those people who also pulled the trigger, will not go scot-free, because these guys just exercised their right. Personally, I felt so offended. I felt by there I'm the Rubis guy. You say I'm the Rubis guy, the guy in the red jersey and the red jacket that was sprayed on the water that was meant to be sprayed on a group of people was sprayed on me. And in the event, I happened to lose my phone and even some money on me. And since then, I've been staying away for some while. I felt so bad whenever I saw ladies being shoved to and fro. They get groped by the police, and as if nothing happened. These ladies only had their gadgets and all. They did nothing wrong, and we condemn such acts. I'd even prefer if they want to do these things, they also assign female cops to deal with the girls. It's so bad at this time and age that we still experience things that have been happening back then. And I still heard you guys. We'll always stay together, and this work will keep going on and on, no matter what they do. Until Kenya changes, until the systems work, until these people uh, realize that they are serving us, not the other way around. Thank you. That's what I felt I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Otero. Koki, you can go ahead.
Hi. Hi everyone. Thank you, I don't know, Be Real, for giving me a chance to speak. It's been a long week, a really, really long week. I'm going to touch on several things, but I feel like all of them are gonna be under the umbrella of what I would like to call enabling, not even that, what I would like to call using the praxis concept. So I just want to go online just so that I can read for your definition of that praxis concept, so that I give you the best definition from a behavioral science point of view. So it's the act of practicing something, an art, a science, or skill, as you do it. It's the process by which a theory, lesson, or skill is enacted, embodied, realized, applied, or put into practice. And it's just draws from the word practice, but the concept is, and this is just to first of all dispel all these quell all these conversations about people need to, just relax with the mandamano. They need to, let things go back to business as usual. The constant questions of what next. I feel like you need to tell whoever is asking you those questions at this point in time, where we have seen all the things we've seen, that we will use praxis. You will use the concept of praxis. We will learn as we go. We will apply as we go. We will implement as we go. We will theorize as we embody and enact. Like, theory becomes practice. And in doing that, that requires a lot of us to create environments where we enable ideas and discourse, where we allow for ideas to thrive. And I know right now that is a thing under attack. That freedom of speech, that freedom of basically everything. And you can't say it's not going to happen to me. I think that has been a really huge problem with our society, where, and you can't blame yourself for being in an abusive situation, and for not knowing what you didn't know. The more awake you are, the more aware you're going to be about every next step that you need to make that is better. And I want to encourage everyone to focus on the personal, like, you and what you are bringing to this table you are creating as you go. What are you bringing to the table, and what is the impact that you're making? And that impact can be so diverse. It can be in the ideas you're giving. It can be in, I was seeing on the news lately, I have been seeing Kasamuel, and I was like, I remembered watching him back years, because my sister used to do that debaters contest. And I remember watching him, and I was like that flashback came back, and I was like, everyone needs to do what they need to do. Like, you can talk. You can sing. You can dance for freedom. Please, by all means, go ahead and dance. But the point is to try and look at the positive and the glass half full, which is so hard right now. But we need to try and do that. I want to speak, I'm going to split what I wanted to say, but I wanted to start by that, grounding, and also to talk about two tweets that I have written that are very important. And the first one is with regards to a ruling by the Supreme Court. I think AO had me speaking about this, and maybe Afrocentric. I don't know whether there was other people. I think it was their space. And we are in a situation where the money in the economy has been it's rotten. I don't know what else to call it. It's rotten, yeah. And that rot is manifesting in very different ways. But one of the ways that I want to contribute to helping people to fix that rot is by that tweet that I wrote about the ruling by the Supreme Court for this case that has been going on since 2008. And basically, the long short, I'm going to try and retweet it and maybe pin it somewhere, I don't know, in the next 10 minutes. But it basically tells you that you are allowed to go back to the bank and tell them this interest rate that you went and added for me, and not just banks, but any institution that is under that list that was released in 2023, I think, regulating all the financial institutions that are allowed to give credit facilities in this country. So if you've ever had such a situation, you have grounds to go back to the bank and have a readjustment of your loans. And even further, you can even link up with other people and you can get into a class action if you want, because you're already having so much money taken out of your pocket. You don't need to be paying punitive taxes and punitive interest rates at the same time. I need to take a call, but someone else can talk, and then I will come back. Yeah.
Thank you, Koki. And Ayot, are you on the speaker? Ayot?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here,
And
but
6,000?
I'm not sure if 6 is there. Is 6 there really?
Hold it for me. Hold it for me a bit.
All right. I'm really trying to avoid to speak on these spaces because of a few issues
No,
here and
just
there.
don't speak. Don't speak. Just take for me the speakers.
Okay. So so we just had Koki, right?
Yeah, after Koki now circulate the others. I'll be back in a few.
Okay. So gentlemen and ladies, I hope you're well. I'm going to start from Africa. Africa, are you there? Africa Watch.
Yes.
Is your mic hot?
I'm there.
Yes, please speak to us.
Okay, just a very quick one. In terms of some of the issues that we have been looking at, good evening once again. I really liked the bit of the discussion that we had, especially with the legal experts that were here a few minutes ago on the platform, led by the former president of the Law Society, of Kenya, Kina Akili Steve and the rest. And I really appreciate the fact that when what we are doing is basically led by information, you know, there is no such a power like the power of having the right information. Because I think that plays a very big role in ordering our steps, such that as much as we push for what we are pushing for, we try also to ensure that we do not behave like the way everybody else is behaving. As we correct the mess, we try to correct it in a much decent way, basically informed by the right information that we have. Because I think for some time, I just wanted us to look at the aspects of issues to do with future appointments. And I realized that looking at the ethical issues, actually most of the problems that we have, I realize they are much of an ethical issue than sometimes even the law. Just as Wakili Leuri said, sometimes it's in most cases because we have gotten the wrong men and women in place, not because they didn't have the right education. As you can see, some of the elite members of the society who have got an advantage of having the best education, but minus ethics, you find that there isn't much that they're able to do. And I just wanted us to have an example of the UK, a close study of the UK government, because that is one of the developed nations. And I've seen when you go online, you find most of us have been very much excited by the fact that they have elected, I think, like around either 11 or 13 young people who are below the age of 30. But of course, that is not so much of news, because in every election in the UK, there are always such category in terms of the age brackets. But what I want us to have to borrow a leaf from is the kind of ministers they're calling the cabinet secretaries in the UK. And I'll also relate it with a few people who held the same dockets here, and though they didn't have a speciality in terms of the academic background in those particular areas, but they still delivered. Like, for instance, we remember this lady called Charity Ngilu. There's a time she served as the Minister of Health, and that is the time when we had a lot of improvement. Charity Ngilu was not a medical doctor, but she was able to deliver, because the cabinet secretaries, in most cases, what they deal with are policy issues, to be able to push policy issues, because under their dockets, you find in every ministry, they are technocrats who will deal with the professional issues pertaining to the specifics in terms of speciality in those areas. But as long as they are women and men of integrity, sometimes it's not much about education, or rather what they have specialized. Like now, just a brief look at the current UK cabinet, which has just been formed a few days ago. You find, for instance, the current Minister of Health, Mr. West Thierry, is actually somebody who specialized in history. And I know in our Kenyan setting, somebody would be wondering, what would a historian be doing at Afi House? But you find that still their systems work, because this guy is there to be able to push policy issues. And because they have embraced the right ethical values, and they believe that their presence there is not because they are the best, but it is because they have been given a honor to be able to serve. They are able to discharge their services and to make a very big difference. So in relation to that, what I would want us to do, if it's possible, I encourage most of us who are involved in this particular movement of trying to push for changes, that at least as these discussions go on, we should not miss any information. Let's get the right information so that even when we are acting when we are informed. Like, for example, I remember sometimes there are people who are saying, let the president dissolve the parliament. But of course, when we look at our 2010 constitution, of course, we know the president does not have the powers to be able to dissolve that particular parliament, because currently, as it is, the parliament has an independent, it's independent in terms of its calendar. And when we get this information, which becomes power, when we act on it and we push things, you find that things would be able to work. So is it possible in these discussions to identify some of the main issues so that at least we can push issue by issue, so that at the end of the day, sometimes we sit back and we take stock and say, so far, what have we succeeded in? Okay. So by so doing, at least I believe that we can be able to achieve much than sometimes just applying some sort of blanket force in a way that we are not systematic. And then people begin to lose that synergy. Of course, we know that there are people who came in because of certain interests, because I believe the other week of 24th, that is from 18th to 24th, there was a lot of synergy. But of course, there are people who also came in because they were looking for certain things. And once they have gotten whatever they were looking for, some people come, there are different groups and people coming with different aims. So let's be organized. Being organized does not necessarily mean that probably we get a leader, because I think there is this notion, anytime you mention about getting organized, then people say, no, we don't want, because we are leaderless. But being leaderless does not mean that we lose the sense of organization. Just like the previous speaker who was saying that sometimes it's good and we do things, we do it informed by certain things, and then we try to practice. We push, but we try to practice what we are pushing for. Like now we are in a place where we are trying to push for better leadership, better governance. And the best way to be able to achieve this will not be so better than identifying certain issues and starting to act on them. Like from the discussions we have had today, we have seen like education is one of the areas that is now seriously affected. What do we do to be able to push, or even just within this particular time as you're piling, as this pressure is piling, what do we do to push maybe certain reforms in the education sector? Now, there's a time there was a discussion sometimes back, just immediately after the election, where the legal minds were coming up with this particular idea. Again, according to our constitution, we should have certain limits such that somebody does not just wake up in the morning and come and tell us, now today we are changing from this system of education to another one. So it should be in the constitution on how to do it. Because education-wise, the failures that we have, the CBC, we are here because probably within the constitution, there wasn't particular articles that protect the education system, such that we say probably if we need to change the system, we subject it to a referendum. because this is something that affects so many people. And I'll repeat this question that I'd asked sometimes earlier. Ask yourself, why is it that in Kenya we have got so many international schools which are thriving? And these international schools have students from well-to-do families. Most of these students come from homes where we have got these people who are representing us, these people who are making decisions at higher level of government. Why hasn't they taken a step of subjecting these children to the CBC that now they have brought to us to be able to dilute our education system? I don't know if there's somebody is seeing that kind of mischief, the way basically I look at it. So is there something that we can do to be able to resolve the issue around education? Because I think if we resolve it, even this issue of bursaries, like I've had people going to the constituency development fund offices, governors' offices, and trying to plead, to beg, if that can be fixed, we would even need that kind of a thing, because the child will leave the house and go to school without complicated demands at the end of the day. And that money probably can be directed to the schools directly, so that every child is able to access education. So what do we do? Is there something that we can do at the moment? Because the more we wait, especially like on the education issue, the more things are getting complicated. So can we find a way of crafting our ideas based on the issues that we are trying to push for, so that in case in future could be tomorrow, it could be in the next few hours, if there is a situation or other setup where probably these things can be presented and can be pushed, then we'll say we have got this document and these are the things that we need to be done at the end of the day. I think when we do that, we are likely to achieve much more than just, spending all this time discussing, and we don't have anything in place in terms of a strategy, in terms of a plan, in terms of the issues that are very crucial that would want to push and be able to say, let's begin with this number 2, 3, 4, 5, so that at the end of the day, we are able to succeed. Otherwise, I want to encourage us to continue with the spirit. Let's continue to engage, to learn more, to get to understand even our constitution. I'm really happy with the way people are interrogating the constitution. People, basically, most of the local people are beginning to master it, to understand this article says this. This is where we have got a problem. This is what is here. This is what we can do to be able to solve this and that. So all in all, as we continue, let's begin also to have probably to think about some of the men and women of good ideals, such that should an opportunity come where you want to present people, rather to elect people in leadership positions, at least we can be able to position them, knowing that if these fellas get into that particular place, they'll not be able to drive their agenda, but the agenda of the people, and they will be able to serve based on the morals, based on the discipline, based on the ethical background, and above all, based on that patriotism. Because I think we are all in this, discussing all this because we are patriotic about this particular country and we want Kenya to succeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Africa. I think we'll go to the next speaker. But before I go, I literally took up this mic today, not to speak, but just to stay here, just in case anything happens, because apparently I received a phone call today, a very weird phone call towards the towards around evening. And that phone call was a strange number, not a strange number, but a private number. And this person asked, it was a man. This person asked, young man, don't you love your life? And they actually told me, if I don't delete my pinned tweet, they will make an example to the rest on me. So I don't know what that meant. I don't know if I should feel threatened. I don't know where they got my number. And I just wanted to ask the lawyers who are here. I don't know if they're still here, but how do we get to go about that? You have a phone call, but it's a private number. It was a call under a minute. They said it very fast, then dropped the call. They said I'm inciting the public with my pin tweet. I'm inciting the youth, not the public, the youth, literally the youth. So I can't lie that I'm not scared. Yes, I am, but who on earth will share my number? Who is that who knows me that will share my number to strangers? Who would end up threatening me because of what I do? I'm a video journalist. I've been attending all these protests since day one. Of course, today I didn't go to the streets. After hosting that long space, I wasn't feeling so well. So my question is, how does someone get to go about this? For those who know how to handle these issues, how do I go about it? But I'm not deleting that tweet. I'm not deleting my pinned tweet. I'm not deleting that video. So I will not delete it. But how does someone go about it? Number one, for my safety. Number two, to exercise my freedom of speech and freedom of, my career as a journalist. How do I literally go around that? But the next speaker can speak. That's why I've been feeling so. I didn't even want to speak. I just wanted to be on the speaker panel so that if anything happens, I just say, "Hey, nimekujiwa, mkae mkijua nimekujiwa." I literally switched off my whatever, my location. I've just been incognito. So you guys can advise whatever possible. We can go on to the next speaker. I guess David. David, are you there? David Leito. If David is not around, let's go to KD. KD, can you hear me? Seems power are asleep on this space. Engineer Mato, are you there? Guys, can you hear me on this space? Ni kama watu is Koki. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Since people can't hear me because they're not talking.
Let
Ama
Africa
mmetense
speak.
kama mimi. Ala, mmetense na mko kwa rada gava.
Let me what is it called? Let me inject a little encouragement, especially to AO. I'm really sorry about that. That sounds very unfortunate. I've also been having sleepless nights. I'm just been like, okay, today I'm gonna say something that's gonna be completely out of pocket. But and this is also, I'm encouraging myself at the same time because it's part of what I said I'm going to talk about in my blanket of the praxis concept. I want to read for you something that I wrote somewhere some time back. Convention is something made up by somebody and then repeated by others. If convention feels wrong for you, If your skin bristles and your spirit stalls at the thought of doing something the way it's done, then stop and act. There's someone, I don't know, someone's mic. Okay. Yeah. Who's that?
Go ahead, please, Koki. Sorry.
Hello.
Koki, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. You muted everyone. Sorry.
Yeah, I muted
So
everyone
let
to
me
mute
just.
that guy who had the
Okay.
mic on.
Thank you so much. Let me just repeat that because that's the only thing I want to say, and then I let someone else talk for now. Convention is something made up by somebody and then repeated by others. If convention feels wrong for you, if your skin bristles and your spirit stalls at the thought of doing something the way it's done, then stop and act. We can make changes. We can try and craft small slices of the life that we want. We can make convention to make things more just, more complete, and more beautiful. And not everyone will be happy with you because it is human nature to try and conserve things as they are. But your spirit will feel full, and there's nothing more meaningful than knowing you have been true to yourself. Yeah, I just wanted to give an encouragement to AO, but also to everyone, because I know we are all worried for each other, and it's good for us to be each other's keepers. As much as we are making everyone awake, it's good that we also keep, check on everyone. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Koki. Means a lot. Really appreciate your kind words. David Lele, are you on this space? David, Engineer Mato, are you there? KD, if you guys are not responding, allow me to drop you guys to give other people.
Ayo, can I just talk about something that and it's just related to the person who was talking just before. Yeah,
It's all right.
you
Go ahead.
spoke. Yeah, they were talking about like workable solutions, and I'm a very solutions oriented person. And also because I look at data all the time, I try to see the patterns in the numbers and everything. And honestly, this is the first time I have seen this kind of level of greed, because even the data doesn't lie. Like, even when you're trying to, let's say, monitor things like fixed income week on week, because there's a budget that's given, and then every week, without fail actually, the government always comes to the market to borrow money from the public, and that money is not going to good use. Let's just face it. And I want to give an example of a solution. I'll start with healthcare. I have another one for education, but I want to start with healthcare because it's at the top. It's not a tenable situation, and I have some solutions I was going to just throw around. But the first one is with relation to like healthcare. And I've written about it, but I just wanted to expound a little bit more, for maybe anyone who might not see it or might not understand what I'm saying, a little bit. So right now, currently, I mean, hospitals are not taking NHIF, and for most of them, you will find that they have not even been taking this NHIF for months now. Because if you talk to people, and that's another thing I want to encourage us, we are here online, and there are people who are not online, but we can make a point of checking in. I heard someone mention that they were speaking in a Kamba radio station, and I was like, that's actually one of the ways of applying the praxis concept and making an impact matters in your own way as well. And it's the little things because they're gonna reflect in the collective. So I want to use the example of healthcare and this NHIF to make my point, this point right now. So we all contribute a minimum of 500 to NHIF, right? And okay, we can even say 300, 500. I'm not even sure about that minimum, but it is 500, yeah. And you can even say like that translates now, if you're looking at it from a unit economics perspective, that translates to what? Five what? That translates to 500 million for 10 million people. And that translates to 5 billion for 1 million people, and then 500 million, and then 10 million, 5 billion, and then let's say 50 million, 25 billion, right? So in a month, these guys are collecting 25 billion. Like that's on the higher limit. Even if we lower that amount and we say 10 million people, that's still 5 billion every month. And on now a grand economic scale, now in a year, on the lower side, they'll collect a minimum of 60 billion. And on the higher side, they're going to collect a maximum of 300 billion. So that's 60 billion to 300 billion. That's the range of how much money they can collect from this NHIF, and that they do actually. So why not carve out 300 million in our budget and say that we are going to get everyone healthcare? No one is going to be paying, and there's a set, like it's like the way you just go and pay insurance every month, every whatever year. There's a bill for that for everyone, and this is an investment in public wealth and public assets and public dignity, And then to even add on top of that, since these people cannot be trusted to manage money, maybe they need us to show them how to, I don't know, do it. And that 500 can even be, you say we are not even going to scrap it, we're actually going to invest in our country. This is going to be Daima Mimim Kenya contribution, I don't know, call it whatever. And you still contribute. It's not going to NHIF actually, because that has already been allocated in the budget, 300 billion. We've done the math. It's possible. And probably even get very good healthcare, because that kind of economies of scale should not be something that we are playing around with. Those numbers are not small. That's why this whole situation has everyone shook. But imagine now if we contributed that 500, like just continued. It's not going to NHIF, and it's going to now this thing that he was saying about SHIF, right? If someone has an extenuating medical circumstance that cannot be covered within the scope of this 300 million, and those are those rare cases, because that is how you take care of everyone in the community. but that can be even channeled into a fund that's professionally run. And then every year it can even be pegged on like a blockchain, and you say that the thing to the unique identifier is your birth certificate that becomes an ID, when now that's the change that determines, oh, you can start now contributing to this sovereign, I don't know, wealth fund that in year one makes 300 million, year two 300 billion, year two 600. The potential is limitless. You could even peg the decision making on what happens to the money of that fund every year. Can be a rolling investment that everyone votes on, and there's options, and you present your case, whoever you are in the country, and you say, this is what I want this money to go to do, and everyone votes on it, and it's decentralized. And I really want to encourage, and that's why I keep going back to the praxis concept, that we need to allow for environments such as this, to allow for discourse and ideas to go every which way they can go. And then if you learn about something here, love it forward, like tell your neighbor. Like nowadays people don't even talk to each other and they're living in the same buildings, and it's all a tactic of segregation, and divided we fall. Just even your gardener, your border guy, every person you meet has something to teach you, and that should give you a certain level of humility, but it should also make you present yourself into all these situations with, I want to tell them about this thing that I learned today, because sharing, it's like a candle. It's not going to make me mine burn out. In fact, probably burn brighter from all the contact, scientifically speaking. Yeah. So that's just my second point. You can give someone else to talk and maybe give me a chance another time. But that was just an example of how to use all the discourse that you're having to now boil down into the numbers. And I'm happy to dissect the numbers that I can. I'll try. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Koki. Biril, are you able to
Yeah,
take over for one?
can you take a break? We need your mental sanity. I'm so sorry what I've had, but stay vigil. Keep in touch with us. Don't go offline, and don't pick any number that is not having a phone number. Just try to stay on the speaker panel. Don't get involved right now. Keep your mental sanity and reach us out. Check your inbox. We're with you. Guys, that's the kind of leadership we have. So we all safe, but where are we safe? That is just a threat, and that's just a scare. But you cannot ignore it. And that is what they're trying to really make us be scared. So we need your mental sanity. So get off the co-host, stay on the speaker panel. And because that video is actually your artwork, and that is what sells you. And it actually happened. So just because you put it together, it is what happened. There's no lie about it. Unless we take different scenarios and then we put it on one clip. That's a clip that happened in Kenya. But we need your sanity. We need you to be okay. Are you together? Koki, you were saying something. Somebody was speaking.
Sorry, it's just I am getting on a call, but I'll be around like in 20 minutes to. I'm still listening. Yeah.
Okay. De jure. Some names. Wow.
Yes, good evening to all of you.
Good evening.
My condolences, first and foremost, to all our comrades whom we've lost since the liberation struggle started. about 3-4 weeks back. Well, mine is just to give a summary of my perception of what is happening, because at times things move so fast, and we also move with the speed, with the kinetic, and we forget to account. Now, my attention comes to the regrouping of the political class, and whatever the divide they're trying to swing in, some pretending like they're not in with Zakayo, and others going in with the Zakayo, or the obvious traitor. Should be an open eye. Everybody should realize that that is the political class as a group. In our study groups, we call them the bourgeois. Those are the bourgeois, the buccaneers, the brokers. So you need not to look at yourself as belonging to any of them. You are the proletariat. And thirdly, there's no middle class. You're just one paycheck, one missed paycheck, one firing letter away from being a proletariat, if you believe that you are middle class or anything. And if you can, and I think you can attest to me, most of you, if you take your paycheck at the end of the month, by mid-month it's worth nothing. You're looking forward to the end of the month. And these are things that people need to go and study. Dialectic materialism. People need to go and study such things as the wages, as taught by Karl Marx. So my point is, there is a divide, a clear one, that now people need to open their eyes and see that the political class came and neutralized your fire, your revolution. And right now the narrative, they are the ones who are running the narrative. Where is the narrative of the revolutionaries? As we speak right now, it's muted. Second, my point is, you can talk all kinds of policy, you can talk all kinds of improvements, you can come up with all the brilliant ideas, but they ain't gonna count at the end of the days. They ain't gonna count. Why? You haven't gotten rid of the cancer. You haven't gotten rid of the pendulum that is swinging. So how do we move forward? The numbers. I call it the arrowhead approach, or the spear formation. And you go to one point in numbers, 5 million man strong. You take the day. You take the day and you run with the price. But if you keep on strategizing, talking, negotiating, planning, blah, blah, you can do that all day, every day. The political class is organizing, is strategizing, and is running the narrative. So it's even better you never started it. Because even what you think you gained, in reality, if you give these sharks, the political sharks, time, they are going to reverse it double the time. Remember now, when they go into a coalition, they're going to be more in numbers. So any bill they want to pass, they'll pass it. Anything, if they want to manipulate the voting and whatnot, they'll do it. If they want to cartel the IDs, they'll do it. So if you really are in a revolution, you need to organize and march and take your prize and walk away. Thank you. They say, just as I leave, they say the revolution is not a tea party, or the revolution is not a dinner party. So you can't move on like that as revolutionaries. You have to take decisive decision and take decisive moves and take the prize once and for all and go and move and create a new utopia and a fundamental change in the political, social, economic sphere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How was the lineup? Who came first? Because I dropped for a minute. I would go with how you came. Give me your hand if you were here before. If you can hear me and you're here before, you give me your hand. Okay, you can go. Okay, my goodness. Okay, go
You
ahead.
need to,
And if you're not speaking, kindly mute your mic. Caroline, mute your mic. General Alpha, mute your mic. Jejure, mute your mic.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me send my condolences to everyone that has lost their loved ones. Yeah, we'll be keeping you guys in prayers. So we've been through a lot recently as a nation. We've seen deaths, abductions, killings, and the police brutality that has been going on for the last, let me say, 5 weeks now, right? For the last 5 weeks, we felt disrespected and hurt. But despite all of this, we've managed to, stay strong and keep fighting. So mentally, I think we're in a tough place mentally. So we've experienced a lot of pain and fear, but we've also shown a lot of resilience. We are determined to push through, and make things better. So our spirit should remain unbroken, and we need to continue fighting for our rights and justice. The police have been trying to take us back, but we've kept on pushing forward. That should be our spirit right now. We need to be, keep pushing forward. Because we are in a transition. We are heading towards a future where we hope to see a change, a better change for Kenya. We are sorry. Yeah, we are more aware of the challenges that we face, and we are more united in our efforts to overcome the challenges. So our mental strength is being tested, but we need to but we are providing that. We are trying to withstand the pressure, and we are continuing to strive for a better Kenya. So I have some strategic actions that we need to take as we keep on fighting. Number one, let's begin by acknowledging the complex socio-political landscapes in Kenya. Government manipulation, corruption, and human rights violations, these are some pressing issues. So it's important to frame these discussions in a way that is accessible and relevant to the lived experiences of our audiences. So we need to spread the gospel. Let me say the gospel to everyone that is still in the dark. We need to tell them whatever is happening. We need to keep everyone in the limelight. Number two, we need to focus on these key approaches so that we'll provide a strong foundation for effectively educating our community about the pressing issues in Kenya. So these methods they combine personal interaction, technological leverage, community engagement, and safety, so that we ensure a comprehensive and impactful effort. Then, so as I finish, let me say that Kenya, at this point, we are pregnant. Kenya is pregnant. And during pregnancy, there comes a lot of challenges like high blood pressure, there are infections, people get depressed, women get anxiety, and even there are lots of things. But eventually, they always give birth to beautiful kids, bouncing baby boys, like beautiful kids. So Kenya, we are now facing the challenge of pregnancy. We are pregnant. We are trying to deliver. Eventually, everything is going to work out for us, and we need to just keep on fighting until the end, because when we give up now, it's like we are committing an abortion. So we need to continue fighting, because at the end of the tunnel, there's light. Let's go for the light. Thank you so much.
Alpha checking. Okay, thank you for your submission. We're going to be okay. Just give us a few, guys. So, who's talking after you? And that's why I said that these people, it's high time that, man, I don't know when it's going to be, but then.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Who is talking?
This is Levi. Can you hear me?
Is that General Alpha?
Levi.
Okay, go
No,
ahead, please.
it's fine.
Kindly go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I wanted to congratulate all the guys who are on the ground protesting, but at the same time, we guys in the diaspora have to offer them some help. And part of the things that we need to do is come up with a few social handles where everybody can be able to go and get uh, the basic things that people can use. Basically, we get the information and disseminate it. Basically, like chew it down to palatable. In short, like things that can be easily be consumed by a regular mwananchi. Like all these guys are stealing money and putting up shell companies all over the world. Like Ruto and Kenyatta, they sold close to about $10 billion. So if we are able to like do some websites and where we highlight where all this money is stolen and hidden, so that in the next time people, when they start voting, they can start voting not based on tribalism and favoritism, but they'll vote based on the idea and not on thieves. So anybody from the county government to the whole central government who has ever stolen, any person who's caught on the ballot should not even receive a single vote. But this will come along if we establish certain, sites and like the previous guy was saying, we give out all the information to everybody out there so they're able to know what's going on. In so doing, they work for us, not we work for them. Because most of these guys are working for, can I say, the West, where they are promised to get a diplomatic passports, immunity. They're like the old dictators when they were chased from their countries, like Mobutu. They ran to France. This is what the Kenyattas are waiting for. If we put them through the grill, they run to Britain. These are the kind of things they hope to go and do, but they're stealing from us. I don't even understand till today what the British Army is doing in Kenya, occupying the most fertile land in Kenya, in Nanyuki. And now the Americans are coming in. Are we really in charge of our own country? I'm going to stop right there. I'm getting hot.
You don't need to drink no water, man. Just take a deep breath in and breathing out. We want you more angry. Don't drink any water. Caroline, Levi, don't drink any water. Keep on getting angry.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me, General Alpha?
Oh yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, let me start by expressing my deep, heartfelt condolences to our soldiers, the young ones who have really died because of fighting for justice in Kenya. I speak from Kenya, and the situation is not very good, as people see, even though today there was no protesting. But I want to tell you that the young people, especially those who are not known either in the social media, have been abducted, probably killed. Nobody knows where they are about. And I want really to request, if there's some people who are hearing me here with the legal minds, that they should now move again to the High Court to ask the court that police officers who are arresting people must be in uniform and have to identify them to befriend any protester. And if there is any police who is hooded and not in a full uniform, the protesters should treat them as criminals and should resist the arrest. And to the police, such criminals who have been set by this administration to intimidate people and to torture, can be able also to assist in case if there is such people, because now they are invading people's houses and abducting, especially they are able to follow you when you are in the X space like this, WhatsApp, TikTok. They can see you and come and abduct you. And sometimes even the people in the states are just watching. And I think maybe if the Law Society of Kenya or anybody here, I think we should think of that so that we can protect the young people who are being abducted and killed. The number those people are saying maybe 41, 51, those are just numbers which are not really authentic. There are many, many people who are missing and have been killed. So we should be thinking of that. One thing that now we should address, because from the beginning I said that we are dealing with a very, very terrible person, a thug. The more that we stop protesting and giving chance, probably maybe 2 days or 1 week, we give him time to reorganize and to organize these thugs who are coming to brutalize people and to abduct. Because we are now fighting for justice and we want this revolution to be successful, the protest should go on every day as one of the strategies, every day. Because if we give him time, he is strategizing. So we should be thinking of that. Again, now we are seeing now the political class is becoming more threatened, and now they are organizing themselves. And this coalition that these people are trying that they are going to organize is to protect them, because whether the opposition, whether maybe the government, these people are benefiting from this injustice. And when what are they going to address? What are they going to address? Because the issue that is ailing us seriously here in Kenya is about corruption and disregard of the rule of law. So the constitutionalism is what we are crying for, that we want to be, we want to be implemented, to be followed strictly. But what are they addressing? They are addressing of how they are going to get powers and dish out the government ministry among themselves to benefit, and they will be continuing to do the business. We already becoming, it is becoming open that indeed Kenya does not have any serious debt as they allege. These debts are just created for us because they know quite well that quite a number of Kenyans do not follow things and do not probably understand the finances and how things work. But it is becoming now clear to everyone. So what we want really to be addressed is this debt issue. We want to know the real figures of debt of Kenya and what have we been paying for, because this is where we are getting a problem, and this is where they are using it to loot us, to enrich themselves. We know that there was a report about the Pandora box. These things began from 1963. If the Constitution stipulates how money should be borrowed and used, we want to know this. And we have a very qualified office of the Auditor General. She's able to do all this, because when we look at the auditing that she has been doing, there's a lot of credibility of that. But nobody from the executive is able to implement the proposals of the Auditor General. And this begins way back from Ouko. And we saw even Kenyatta, when the auditor revealed a lot of things. Mr. Kenyatta was very harsh in State House because they all benefited from this. So probably the person who did not steal money from Kenya and probably hid them somewhere else could be Kibaki. But all these people have stolen money and they are hiding them outside. And they know very well, because we know very well that Ruto has borrowed 1.2 trillion, which is just 1 year. And according to the auditor report, this much of the borrowing he did without even seeking the authorization from Parliament and even from the advice from the Attorney General. So which means the borrowing or the loans that he took does not belong to us as the taxpayers. We should not pay that. He should pay it, because money, nothing it has done. And we know very well that according to the Constitution, when we borrow, that money should just be used for the development. We should not use it for the recurrence expenses. So we know since this guy took over the power, it's 1 year, there is no roads. There are no roads being built. There is any mega project going on. Why was he doing this borrowing? And what is this? So these are the things that we have that the kind of the government of national unity they are trying to.
Alpha, are you there, General Alpha?
I can hear you. Yes.
Are you done with the submission?
Let me wind up by just 2 minutes, then I finish. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, but your words are breaking into two. I think your network has issues.
Okay, that is the problem. So I'm really saying that the protests should continue every day. It should not be maybe we give them chance, because when we give Ruto chance, he strategizes and he gets that time to attack people. Let us be in the street every day so that we deny him the revenues that he can use. And he will go home because he's cornered. Even if you look at over 80% of Kenyans are not supporting him, are not even supporting the coalition kind of a government that he wants to form with opposition. So it means that when we stay in the street every day, in the next coming 2 weeks, Ruto will go home with all his people. And this is what we should do. And beginning, I said that the lawyers who are here, who can help us, please, they should file a case in a high court for emergency to bar the police who are not in school, who are not in their uniforms, to arrest the protesters, because they are using these people to abduct people, to kill people, because these policemen, some of them are hooded. Why are they hooded if they are policemen? Why are they hooded? Why do they wear a mask? Why are they masked? You know? So they should now be barred so that the protesters should not be arrested by anybody who is hooded or masked or who is not in full police uniform. That is my request, and I think that is the end of my submission. Thank you very much.
Geoffrey.
Yes, yes, thank you.
General Alpha, I think you have to fix your internet, because I'm even struggling to get what you're saying, because I have to piece it together.
He's done.
It's Geoffrey, and then David, then Engineer, then Caroline. We're doing 3 minutes, so make better use of it. Geoffrey?
Okay, good evening, members. Are you getting me?
Yes, go ahead.
First of all, I want to say to give condolences to those people who have lost their lives, their families that have lost their loved ones. And secondly, I want to say that we are nearing there. The fight is there. We have to fight. You see, when you are about to achieve something, that's when it gets too tough. So let's get tough and let's get going. In fact, to me, I could suggest that this demonstration should be every day. Reason being, when we give them a day to rest, they already have our plans in mind. Like today, you saw police, the way police were everywhere. You go to Uhuru Park, you will find that you can't gain entry there. So it gives them time to plan. But if we do it every day, from morning, evening, they don't have time to plan. Tomorrow we are there, they will get confused. Secondly, you see what has happened. These people, we thought Raila was a good man, but you see what has happened. It means that everyone can betray us. even including in here, I know they aspires. They already pick what we are talking and they plan ahead of us. So please, there are sensitive information that we should not even reveal here because it will ruin our plans. But we should strategize on how we can do things so that we always be a step ahead. Now, like we were talking of occupying Uhuru Park, you saw they planned. These people, they come here, they listen to what we talk, and then they are there. Thirdly, I think apart from even demonstrations, there are other ways we can also try to destabilize the smooth running of the government institutions. For example, I know as Kenyans, we are IT experts. Personally, I am an IT expert, and I know Kenyans have enough knowledge. They love technology. If we can get a way, we have ethical hackers. Let me use ethical in this suggestion, but we have hackers who can even hack government institutions so that we destabilize them so that they can feel the heat by destabilizing most of the things. We go to Huduma Center, go to KRA, destabilize those things. It will make them feel like, okay, the pressure is enough now. Because our goal is like, we don't want the government, not only Ruto, we don't want the government. We want the government to be resolved so that we start fresh. We see, we scrutinize all those parastatals, all those institutions, so that by the end of the story, by the end of our journey now, we could find that tumefikia mahali kwamba it's a corruption-free country. Ukiona Kenya now is becoming a reference point to most of other countries, including outside Africa. This is a good example. I am very happy because of this. And if we leave it here, it will be like we have been defeated, and now it will be worse. Because what again, ukiona sasa Raila ameingia ndani, au wezi wataingia. Wataenda sasa ndio watatupora kabisa. You see, the finance bill was dropped, but in real sense, it was not dropped. If you check well, they have started increasing those things that they said they were dropped in the finance bill. They knew what they were doing. We have not even seen the gazettement of the finance bill. I don't know whether it was there, but I haven't seen one. So those people have plans. Like now, again, something that I don't know. What does the Constitution say about the reappointment of those dismissed ministers? Because I saw somewhere that if a minister is dismissed, it means that they have got a ground that they are not worthy holding the office, meaning that they cannot be reappointed back. But according to the fununu kidogo, it's as if they might even return those other ministers back. Like now, umeanza kuona they are sponsoring people, these opinion polls, to rank them so that ndio waone kumbe watu wanawaamini. It's not us. That's not our cause. If they have been sacked, let them go home. We don't need them. In fact, we need a new start to everything. Not only in the cabinet or in parliament or what. We need a new start, including parastatals, including PSS. Hapo ndio wanapata njia ya kuipa. In fact, those ones wenye waliachwa kwa ma PSS, hao ndio wezi kabisa wa kwanza. Hata hao ma minister hawana kitu. Those PSS ndio wezi. Ni vile sasa hawajitokezi, wameachwa ma minister wako kama umbrella hapo tu, lakini wako ndani ndio wezi. Ukiwafuatilia vizuri, they are investing on a lot of things. Hao ndio wash ya kwanza. So sisi ndio tunakaa tukiumia hapa. If you see like Ruto, Ruto took his money to Uganda. He invested in Uganda in a very big way. That even has affected the Ugandan currency. Saa hii ukipata hata kama ukiwa Uganda, the rate that was 35, it's now 28. Because after he entered kwa gava, he had now to return back the rate so that he can return back his money to Kenya. He invested a lot. Pesa yote ya wizi. So nikisikia eti hakuna nini, eti watu wanataka dialogue, I don't have a need for dialogue. What we want is let them back down. Let us start afresh. Otherwise,
Jeffrey,
I'm very annoyed about this. Yes?
Jeffrey, keep on being annoyed. Please don't drink water.
Yes.
Kindly. Don't drink water. How many petrol stations right now are in Uganda for the big man? Big man
There are
Bazoo.
very many petrol stations. Not even one. We have rubies. In fact, the rubies, don't be lied to that it is for Uhuru. The rubies is for Ruto. If you don't know. When
No,
Ruto won,
the number of
those
petrol
people,
stations in Uganda. Have you confirmed the number? The ones that belong to him?
we have rubies. Rubies is his in Uganda here.
Uh-huh.
In fact, let me get the whole figure. I will come back later, maybe tomorrow. I'll tell you. I will correct all the information. But this guy, we don't need him.
I don't have the actual number, but what I know, for those who have been on your way from when you are going to northern Uganda, Kitgum, Ulu, so all those small stations along that road when you are going northern Uganda, his petrol stations, they have some yellow colors. Those are his petrol stations, and even quite a number of Ugandans will tell you that they belong to the Deputy President of Kenya, which means he built them during Uhuru's term, when I think he stole money in the first term.
All of them, in fact, including rubies. He even opened the vaccination, this COVID vaccination center here in Uganda. That guy, I don't know. They are colliding with the Ugandan government to steal us. So even whatever information they get advice from Uganda. In fact, most of the police there who are killing people, they came from Uganda. Let them not think that we don't know. We understand. And we don't want that government, including opposition, those of Raila. In fact, let me stop here. Nitaongea baadaye. Thank you.
Gloria, you can go. Gloria? Oh my God. Anybody on
All
this?
right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I don't know if the lawyers were still here, but at that point, of course, there were so many speakers waiting to speak, so maybe I couldn't have gotten a chance. But if they are still here, I suggest, yes, the information they're giving us is good. It's good to be informed. But I suggest all hands should be on deck. We can't all be bombarded with a lot of information. Tutapasuka misamba. Tushike hii, tushike ile, tushike ile. So if you are in the legal profession, hiyo ni kazi yenu. In fact, that is the work of LSK. It's just in the previous administrations, there've been factions within the LSK. Mara wako in bed with the government, mara wako, but this particular LSK seems to be promising. So if they are aligning with the movement and they want change, then that is, wao ndo wanafaa kuwa wanashikilia that legal bit. Sisi wanatuinform tu, kulikuwa na hii kitu tumepeleka kotini, kulikuwa na hii tunaipeleka kotini, so that, because what can we do? What can the rest of us do? if all the time tunaletewa hiyo information. So what I want is for us, kila mtu ashike yake. For me, I'm into communication. That's why in the morning I was suggesting a communication strategy. Walimu, shikeni yenu. Nini? Kila mtu ashike docket yake. Then here when we come, it's just to collect information and know kama leo tunapush ya walimu tunapush, but hashtag Ruto must go always remains hapo chini. That's the only way we can move forward. But hatuwezi shika hii na tushike ile na tushike. Then the other way they can also help us if they are here. It's not, remember hiyo the signing of this constitution of IEBC that Ruto did after we said, oh, reconstitute IEBC. Remember, it is a product of the NDC. And the NDC, which the political elite had, it's not us. Remember, after your 2023, your Mandamano and what not, these people formed an NDC. So it was political parties. It was Azimio, walichagua wao, and the Kenya Kwanza, walichagua wao. So how is it that it is political parties that sat down and decided on who is supposed to constitute IEBC? I find that already that's an illegality because there was no participation, citizen participation on the matter of IEBC, because all of us are affected. When kura zikibiwa, it's in fact it's the ordinary citizen who is most affected. It is our vote that doesn't count. So the lawyers can also pursue that. What is the legality of that thing? So that your constitution, the IEBC as is constituted now, should be thrown out, because what was that? That thing was a product of the NDC. So let nobody gaslight us that, oh, we had a chance. That is when we had a chance to be part of the to be part of the team. No. In fact, if we had gone at that point when they were calling for dialogue or they want representative to that thing, we would be rubber stamping an illegality. It's a good thing that we did not go there. Because now what were we going to do? To simply stand there, take photos as they are signing something that it's only the political parties decided on. So lawyers, please, give us information, yes, but come to us with, this is illegal, we have taken the case. Walimu pia wakikuja wanakuja na yao, because it's not possible, it's not humanly possible for us to do everything. If they're aligning with us, let us see how they're helping us. Then on top of, we could also come up with, yes?
Okay, wind up, and then I'll highlight something for you that was mentioned. I think you must have stepped away. Just finish, and then I'll highlight something for you.
And then on the other matter, even with the how that IEBC, when they're talking about the panel constitution, there's still a way we can still put our foot in there. The LSK, who I consider our partners in this movement, part of us, have one slot. So they can give that to public participation to tell them who to nominate. Churches, the council has, I don't know, 2 slots, 2 whole slots. We can petition the churches, we can push them. Si nyinyi ndo mnasimamia morality, nyinyi ndo mnataka vitu zifanyike vizuri. Give us those slots, let us nominate people, let us vet people, let us give you people that you can put forward. So there's still a way we can participate. Let us not look at it as, you know, it's already gone or we are giving up. No, there's no giving up. We have to put our fingers everywhere. Saizi hakuna kuachilia kitu yoyote. Hatutaki kujua it has been passed, it has not been passed. No, we have to poke holes everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, they highlighted that there are some suits that you can actually file, and they're willing to do it pro bono. Pro bono means they'll take the case to court, but you as the petitioner, and they'll go without a fee, without the lawyer's fee. So that's what I wanted to highlight. And then again, on another forum with some other senior counsels, they were saying we can constitute 58 professionals. So like the teachers, the doctors, and you see the way the doctors and the lawyers have actually been a team, and engineers joined in, but on one demonstration. So like if you're a lawyer, you're a teacher here, and all that kind of stuff, that's how people can start constituting. So these are on the comment section. There's that form of how you can file a petition and how we can actually vet a leader. So those are things that they should just be on the fingertips, because you don't know when you're going to use them. But as much as we've now gone back to the Constitution of Kenya becoming like our Bible, because that's what's governing us, when you go through certain things, then you get to know. Once you have the knowledge, you know knowledge is power. So another speaker will take it as you digest on that. Let's not overfeed, because you may end up actually vomiting the way she's mentioning, because you can actually not comprehend the entire information the way they are spearing across, and some are really involving, So who was
Yeah,
supposed
Beryl,
to go? Yes,
quick
yes,
question.
yes.
This is Chege. Why have they not started? Did they say? Like the lawyers, for example, why have they not started? What are they waiting for?
No, they cannot go to court alone. You have to petition as a citizen, and then now they're going to be Bonoko lawyer for us. Bonoko means they're going to stand with each and every petition we're going to pull across on a leader
Yeah.
that is non-performing, all those kind of stuff.
So why they are not citizens? Why are they not able to do it?
No. You cannot petition and then again stand for the case. A citizen can petition.
Yeah. So one of them.
Right now, already you realize that it seems like they are joining the citizen, but no, they're not. It's the first time that actually sense is coming to hit the reality on the ground that this is not right, and we are not going to compromise our professionalism to doing the wrong, yet the citizens are right. It's the first time that the law is standing with the public and the citizens. So the citizen and the judicial system, which actually not all, are coming and standing in with us. That's why you find that you cannot come with this and it's not in the constitution. You come with this, it's not in the constitution, they're going to battle it over there. So already we have a backup plan. So you get the right petition and you petition it. We have even referrals of the lawyers that will give you, and they'll come and stand in with that case. But you'll go, you as George, you as Gloria, but not a lawyer and another lawyer.
Okay,
Yeah, that's it.
okay. Maybe some clarity, because it doesn't make sense on this issue of picketing, for instance, where we were told we can't go, we can't demonstrate. Who went to court? Was it the common ordinary citizen, or was it the lawyers, the LSK, that went to represent us?
No, that one they went themselves, because that one touched, Gloria, that one touched on the constitution, and that one the LSK team went and petitioned, and actually the judgment came out today. That one they went because it touched on the constitution. But now on certain aspect, like actually calling back some of these, I don't even want to call them leaders. Some of these people that appropriate themselves as leaders, some of the things that we need to recall them with has to be petitioned. And then they'll help you compile the entire case. I, as an individual like Beryl, I can go and petition, and then the case will start. Then they'll take you through until it pulls through. But then there are these other ones that are touching on the constitution that are actually just being denied on the spot. Because for you to give such a letter that the general gave, that acting police, that one, it touched on the constitution. So he has to go back and file a petition against that constitution. It has to go to the parliament for it to be extracted from the constitution. So he touched on the constitution. And that's why when we were here earlier, you heard me ask that we have leaders that are actually abusing the power for their own selfish interest and to oppress the common person. Let's progress, guys.
Yeah, okay. Actually, Beryl, I think Nini was Katiba Institute are the ones who went to court for this the acting IG's letter. And to me, I'd love for a lawyer to come up here and actually tell me why they cannot petition, because they are citizens as well. For me, I think that's hogwash.
but maybe I'm wrong. I'd
will
love for
invite
them to
them
come and tell us
again.
why they cannot do it.
We were having them here for over 4 hours. I think you're late. We had the former LSK president, we had the Mbugua, we had Ndegwa, and we had another one called Rene. So they were all here for quite some time, and we asked them all those questions. So we can compile those questions. You put them on the comment section, and then they've given us a heads up if we want them. We just call them. So if you have any legal questions, not that they come and then again you ask them irrelevant questions, and they create time. Like, they cannot be with us for over 12 hours. So like, if you have anything legal that you're not understanding, like we touched on a very key subject today about there's a clause in the this IBC. There's a clause that was actually touchy, and they really clarified it, and it's actually not right. So, such kind of questions we asked them when they were here, and they were quite in for a long time. So, whatever question you may have, either you inbox me or you inbox QOT, or you put in the comment section. But comment section is so full, we may not be able to go through it. So that when we're inviting them, the questions are already tabled. And then when we're starting, we don't get confused and then ask them irrelevant questions. And then you find we remain with actually pressing questions that we need an understanding and clarity about. I hope that's all clear, so we can carry on with the discussion. They were here actually for a very long time. So let's proceed.
Can I go?
Yes, anybody on the mic can go.
Okay. Thank you guys for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I want to condole with everyone who is bereaving, has lost a family member, a brother, a sister. My heartfelt condolence goes to them. First of all, I would like to say that, or I would like to suggest that we should not allow any police officer who is not uniformed to be, once, because this protest, the government knows we are protesting. So as long as you're protesting and you want to provide security, no police officer who is not uniformed should be there. Unless they're doing a private investigation where they want to arrest a crime, like for example, what happened in Mukuru. If they say that it is not related to the protest, then that one private police officers in private clothes can go. However, where we have clearly said that on Tuesday we're going to protest, no police officer, if this can be put into law, then that can be very, very good. Secondly, I am very disturbed at how the executive and the legislature relate. We should find a way of delinking these two, because like the current president we have right now knows how to use his money, and he pays people so easily. That is why these people's loyalty are to the 2 million they were given in parliament, and not to us, the people who wanted this finance bill to fall. And then they sheepishly go and laugh in State House when the president now declines to sign it off. So we should be able to see maybe if it is possible for a president to be only elected on an independent ticket, and then for the majority and minority in parliament, we can be able to have maybe political parties in parliament, but for executive, the president maybe could go on an independent ticket. But those are just my thoughts. Again, public participation. I personally was not satisfied with this kind of public participation where majorly it was centered in Nairobi. These policies are not affecting people in Nairobi only. These policies are affecting all of us. Watching at what was happening during the public participation, it was like more centered only on the views of people in Nairobi and not other parts. I would suggest that when it is time to take part in these public participations, they should be done in every constituency. And these members of parliament who go and pass those laws that we don't want, they should be present in those constituencies so that they know exactly what their constituents are saying. Not having Kimani Kuria and Ndindi Nyoro and that other useless guy called Osoro
all centered in Nairobi, and their main view is just within Nairobi and not other parts of this country. Now, again, the members of parliament also should not be given this CDF kit. Their duty should be strictly legislation and oversight. We cannot have the governor developing the county. The MCA wants to develop their area of jurisdiction. Member of parliament also wants to create another market. We have governors. There are funds that are allocated to that governor. That governor should undertake those developments of the county. We can't have a woman rep with a kitty, MCA with a kitty, member of parliament with a kitty, and this we are overrepresented. It's a very big bulge that we have in this parliament that is completely unnecessary. Then I am much more concerned. I am a beneficiary of HELP, the Joint Admission Board back then. Right now, I am seeing like people paying hundreds of thousands. So I'm wondering, I was from the village. I came to this city, and that help is what helped me to partially pay for my school fees. I am just wondering what happens to that kid in Turkana who gets a clean A and cannot afford 200, 300,000 to come and pursue his degree at the University of Nairobi, at Moi University. I am quite disturbed because this kind of addition to the school fees, and it's very exorbitant, is going to curtail how we people were getting education back then. It's going to be much more expensive. Majority of us, some of us in this space, got the chance to come to this city through education. And when you went to that school, you managed to get that help. That helped you also pay your school fees. Now you can imagine someone who was getting 60,000 as help could be able to partly pay for his school fees and maybe help family back at home. But right now, a school fee, someone getting that little money can't even manage to sustain himself in school. If this guy must be feared, if Uhuru Kenyatta himself could come publicly and cry that he is not being given his dues, what about us who small people? Are we going to get what we need? If Uhuru, a former president, had to come crying publicly that he's not being given the funds that were supposed to be, what about us? And this guy is like a wounded snake or lion. If we leave him and he goes beyond this, I don't see us having a future here. We don't really have a future. And then there is this guilt trip. As I finish, there's a guilt trip they use always, that you have to we don't have to go the Somali way, we are going to go the Sudan way. We cannot reach that point if they govern us correctly. The reason why we are here is because of these people who did not want to listen to us, the president included. Because we cannot be, our views are collected, but now it's like even the way he is doing things, you could feel that he is doing them grudgingly. The real Ruto, the real Mr. Ruto, is the one who came out that day and called us prisoners. That is the real him. These other things, he is wearing gloves. When he brings out that sword that he was given in Kasarani, he will cut all of us. So my submission is, let's continue pushing. They are saying since they started, they are losing 6 billion. That is money they don't have. So we continue pushing. And I'm so proud of whatever we have achieved, but it's not enough. All these CSS and the IT also, it cannot happen that once now we have a problem, so many people have been found dead at Mukuru, even now he resigns, running away from taking responsibility of accounting for those murders, accounting for those people, the Rex and others who were murdered in the demonstrations. He has to be brought to account. The likes of Murkomen and others who cannot also account on the documents that they were given. They must be brought to book. It can't be that every time something like this happens, they are sacked, but nothing is followed. Like people like Linturi, surely. The buck stops with him in that ministry. Our grandfathers and mothers and parents back in the village were now wanapalilia na mavi ya mbuzi na sand, which is despicable. And then he's just left scot free. That is not something that we can be able to accept. They must be brought to book, and all these people who have stolen from the public coffers must bring back, pay a debt that we don't know how it was used. It is not acceptable. And those are my submissions. Thank you.
Hello, guys. Am I the next?
Kindly carry on.
Kindly carry on. Thank you very much, guys. I'm Simon. Maybe to start with, my condolences to the people who are murdered. I cannot say maybe the people who left us, because those people were killed by Mr. Ruto, Baba Shalin. Number two, I think hii maneno ya maybe Chief Justice, this is my opinion, maneno ya Chief Justice, maybe tunafaa tuweke sisi wananchi ndio tunachagua Chief Justice. Ndio sasa huyu mtu asiwe anatishwa na president. Anafanya vitu zenye maybe president anataka ama government. That is my opinion. Number 3. Nasikia watu wanasema kuhusu IDs, watu wa register wachukua ID, the Gen Zs. This government will frustrate people. Watu hawatapatia vijana ID. Washajua vizuri hii revolution imejaa vijana wengi na wengi wao hawana ID. So when someone is talking about maybe 2027 watu wachukua ID, the same Ruto mwenye alikuwa amesema ati amejipanga 2027 atakuwa amejipanga mbaya sana. Ni yeye tu bado wako. Na kuna swali moja nimekuwa nikiuliza. Jose Kamago mwenye alituibia kura, nani alisema ashakufa? Huyo mtu bado wako. So Ruto bado tukimwachia chance 2027 atatupanga vibaya sana. So mimi hiyo maneno ya 2027 hata si support. Ruto kama tunamalizana na yeye, tumalizane na yeye saa hii. Tushaanza hii vita, lazima tumalize. Na tukirelent, guys, Kenya ishageuka Uganda. So it's us to change it, right? Lazima tuibadilishe saa hii. Tukiacha watu watashikana na kina Museveni na wafanye vituko zao. Thank you very much. Let me give other people chance to speak.
Who was going next? I'm on
Who
the
is
road.
going
I'm
next?
just about
I'm on the road. I'm just about to go.
Hillary, if you can hear me, just take the mic. I'm going to give order in a minute. Duncan, you can speak.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we can.
So I want to make 2 points. One, I want to support what Chege was saying. We need to know how we can bring the other people to the party. I know we have the numbers, but we can get the lawyers, the teachers, the people who are in marketing and communication to help us do a lot of this work. Because we can be overwhelmed by doing it ourselves. We might not know the way forward. And there's that lady who said, we get this information, we might get overwhelmed. If we can clarify from the lawyers first, if we can do the things, and maybe the marketing guys and communication, they can help us there, we will get a lot of work done for us, and it will make our work easier. Also, Is there a way we can bring everyone to the table kwenda hii maandamano tunasema? The one we did finance bill, we got everyone. I got even teachers from school saying tunaenda maandamano kesho. So how can we bring everyone else to support us? I know we have the numbers, but how can we bring in the millennials, the other generations? You see, these days the spaces don't have a lot of people. Is there a tactic we can use to make them feel part of this movement? I know they are, but I have a feeling like they don't know how they are going to engage with us because we requested them to kukaa kando kidogo. But how can we bring them to the streets with us? So that is something we have to look at. And finally, it's civic education. You remember Wamatangi, governor wa Kiambu hapa kwetu. Ameshikwa juzi na Tatu City thing, but just the other day alienda Kiamwangi akadanganya wazazi wetu walikuwa wanaimba huko akiwapatia mbegu za kupanda ama ni whatever things. So we have to go there and do civic education. But this I think is something we are going to do after. The most important one is tujue vile tutaleta everyone kwa hii maandamano and we make them feel like they are welcomed here as much as we are the leaders. So one option would be we become the executive and then we have the professionals do the work for us. So we guide the agenda where we are saying what we want to do and everything. Then we can have the millennials who are the managers and all the other guys who are in these institutions to help us with the professional part of the work. So that's my submission.
I'm looking
Yes,
for somebody who's not spoken.
yeah,
I'm looking
myself,
for
I hadn't
somebody who's
made
not
my submission.
spoken.
This
Yeah,
is
kindly
Chenge.
go ahead.
Can you hear
Chege,
me?
go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Asante sana. Let
After
me start
Chege,
by
Felix will take it.
Felix. Okay.
After Chege, follow.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. Be real. Housekeeping is important. So let me start first by congratulating and saluting our host and co-host, KOT 6, Be Real. You guys are doing a very important thing. I think this has now officially probably gone 24 hours. The space imeanguka tukirudisha and we we thank God because it's very important, I think, that we have this place where we can actually come and talk, look out for each other. I think probably KOT, you are holding one of the spaces that many people have heard saying, this is my first time to speak on spaces, this is my first time to speak on spaces, which is something that is very good. In other spaces, watu waga hata wapewi chance, ukiingia you are truly harassed. And those of us who are from the older generations, from Gen Z, we are more respectful. We cow
What's up?
probably a good day. Yeah, go ahead.
We lost you or what? I don't think Chege finished. Chege, did you finish? Okay, Felix, you can hear me? You're going after Chege, yes? Chege or Felix, you can take the mic.
I'm talking, Be Real. Mnanisikia?
No, I can't hear anything.
Oh.
That's why I'm calling you.
I'm now back.
Eh, basi umepotea for long. And then if you've been here since morning, a number ya QT iko hapo juu. Ebu bundles and whatever you can. Me, I'm sorted, but your team, mazee, ai, leo tumemban mbaya sana. You guys do something. So Felix, Chege ulisimama mbali. See, I can't even know where you disappeared for about 4 minutes there.
Oh, sorry. So nilikuwa tu nimesema asanti
Ulianza
alafu nikapotea.
ulifika mali ulisema like you the I don't know millennium, you're going slow, you talk pole pole, you're being harassed with other spaces. Hapo ndio tulikupoteza.
Okay, sawa, nimewasha.
You got to work on your network.
This has been one of the spaces where we've been able to be given mics to come back, express ourselves. Tunaitisha mic tena after some time unarudi. I've supported KOT now that you've brought it up. Mimi KOT anajua ninatumaga na pia tuna sort vijana ambao wanaenda maandamano. We've been trying to do that. But yes, guys, the number is up there. Let's support, especially people who are in the diaspora. They've been asking, what can you do? That is one of the things that you can do at least. The young men who are going out there every day, every Tuesday and every Thursday, they are wanajitolea, wanaenda, they are so courageous, they are not afraid to die. And so I think the least we can do, those of us who are in a position to, please support, send to the kitty so that at least we are able to sort them out. Now, there's a very important point that I think we've reached now, and we can probably start having the conversation that I've been hearing. We are having an information overload with everything that we are hearing. This constitutional maneno, personally I'm an engineer. Mimi mkiniuliza mambo ya ujenzi nitakujibu, lakini sasa hii mambo ya sijui kipenge gani, chapter what, article what, and you know guys here are really spitting them out, our lawyer friends. It's time that we started organizing ourselves into these caucuses, having sort of like breakout rooms and discussions whereby these discussions are being done in a tangible way. And please, as much as possible, do what Katiba Institute and the others are doing. We are citizens. I think all of us are citizens. And if you need one of us to go and sign a petition, I think Okiya Omtatah ako very available, na pia sisi I think tumechokeshwa na hii regime to the point that putting in a petition, a signature for a petition against something like what the IG of police was doing today is a very easy thing to get. So I think we need to start seeing actions. Let us all be as patriotic as our children are being. Our youth are being, and that way we are going to start having a positive movement to things. I think today the courts spoke very loudly that the right to picket is a right that is in the Constitution, and there is no police officer. Okay, wacha nini ati IG. Kitambo hata OCS alikuwa anakataza picketing. Okay, no police officer can purport to take away such a right from Kenyans. So that's number one. Then like I think it was Gloria who said, you know, watu wa communications waingie kwa mambo ya communications. Walimu waingie mambo ya walimu, watuambie stories za JSS and all the evils. Vile madaktari wamekaa chini wakatuambia interns. So that we are supporting things that are moving. Engineers, we have so many things in engineers realm, from the registration of engineers, graduate engineers, to the poor quality of the roads, the approvals, the corruption in our systems. Every time when it rains, unaona barabara zinaoshwa, the lack of protective ninis on the roads in steep places, unapata tu barabara kuna black spots. All these things are things that as professionals, every professional knows how the corruption happens, and we can start dealing with these things. What I would like to highlight here, and especially for the Gen Z, because I'm seeing as if they're starting to get frustrated they've done extremely well. You guys have done extremely well to get to this point. I think we are, is it 5 or 6 weeks down from the beginning of the Maandamanos? The government was expecting you to burn out at week 2. Normally, in most so-called revolutions, burn out by the second week. Wanaua wawili watatu hivi, munaona wameanza kuua, then people run away. Here, the courage, the courage has been amazing. It's been beyond whatever, but the underlying issues, I think, are bigger. There is a huge issue that I came to learn of in one of these spaces about online jobs. Kuna wakati Ruto alienda somewhere in I think it was Eldoret or Wasingisho somewhere. There was this young man who was doing something on the computer, and this is where he got this Kufinya computer thing. And apparently, because of all the publicity that he gave, they even zoomed into the screen and they showed the project that the young man was working on and the way that he was using VPN. Because if your account is shown as registered in Kenya, you're paid less than if you're shown as registered somewhere else, like a US or something. So walionyesha hiyo story, and that company eventually pulled out because after Ruto discovered that these guys are able to earn 20K a week, they went and tried to force this company to give them information about who in Kenya is registered and how much they are earning, and then they can have like withholding tax. Now, the company refused, said no, from our data protection agreements, we cannot disclose this kind of information. And when they pushed more, this company pulled out of Kenya. And now, most of these guys that you're seeing on the streets, walikuwa wana earn, guys in universities during their free hours, they were earning on these platforms, and now those platforms are gone. That is actually the pain that has led our Gen Zs to be in the streets. I did not even know that, and I consider myself at Nimeshanuka. I'm in touch with my nephews and nieces, and the things that they know. So some of these things are not even being discussed. Tuko huku sijui constitution, sijui nini vitu za wazee. Whereas our kids are having their livelihoods, their income being taken away by this same regime. Something that I think we can have a quick win. We can fix quickly by agitating. Now we can have those agreements cancelled, whatever they were trying to push cancelled, and we get that company or others to come back. This back office type of jobs. I think it's called business process. Something BPO jobs that are all over the world. India is leading in them. Kina Philippines, people are going to English-speaking countries to outsource. Yes, that's what business process outsourcing. And we are losing out because of greed by a political class that does not care about the working class and the struggling majority of this country. So information overload is something that we need to now start dealing with, so that let's have breakout rooms for people to do their thing. Let us have real issues coming up and being addressed. And then one more thing that I had, and I feel we can take action. Ayo, thank you very much for staying on throughout. These threats are something that it's an old tactic. We've seen it since the Moi days. It was there. They will try and intimidate you. KOT earlier told us also about a number that he even posted up there on the Jumbotron. Please find lawyers who will help you to unpack. The lawyers here, please reach out to Ayo, help him draft a statement to the police, so that at least he can give already his statement. Let it be recorded. Let him. He has already been threatened. Ayo, you've been threatened, and you shouldn't be. Holding a space is not an offense. We are living in 2024 Kenya. We are not in 19 whatever. So Black people can have spaces where they can speak out and they can whatever. Young men are normally targeted because they want to silence you. They want to put fear in you. Thank you for remaining resilient. Thank you for telling us. At least now we know. We are going to keep track of you. So lawyers here, help Ayo. Please do it pro bono. Let us make sure that there is a statement in a police station and an OB in case anything happens to him. Ayo, find a safe haven. If you feel that you're compromised, go to a place that at least you're safe. Hata kama utaenda ushago, lakini kama mahali kuna network, we still need you. We need your vibrance. And let's support these guys. Ayo has explained to us how he lost his job. Let's be vigilant. Number two, journalists. I think today we've had in the news a lot of outcry by the Kenya Union of Journalists, the Media Owners Association, the Kenya Editors Guild. I think yesterday, the day before, we were calling you guys out here. Mumefinywa sasa, mumeanza kulia. We do not support any injustice, but you've seen that injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. Ukiona mtoto ameuawa, it can very easily be your own child. Ukiona mtu ameuawa, it can very easily be you. Let us be there for each other. I think the freedom of broadcasting is something that boils down to this type of spaces. Everybody who is holding a space is guaranteed that freedom by our constitution. Let us have these conversations being collective. You are denouncing. If you listen to all the statements that you guys gave today, you denounced the shooting and injuring of your people, but we did not hear even one of you denounce the killing of Kina Rex and all the people who've died. I think every life matters, every injured Kenyan matters. So we need to make sure that these spaces are being opened up. We are having a lot of anger amongst ourselves, whereas in fact the leadership, Ruto and his people, are the enemy. And we need to stay focused, and we need to make sure that it is the constitution that is being followed, and that is what we are pushing. Okay, I've spoken for long enough. Biril, over to you.
Well, that is a father speaking, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was encouraging. It was insightful. And sometimes that's why I give you all the airtime, because when you're touching on the core focal points when we have been wounded, you know, we soldier on. The voices cannot be killed. We soldier on.
Yeah, but by the way, be real.
Yes.
I hope people are joining spaces where mental health is being discussed. Yesterday, I literally, you know, after the killing of the two guys, the one in Kitengela and the one in town, that was actually even televised. You saw the guy who was in town get shot and fall, and then we were told, you know, you can see him moving, and then we were told he died. I was like, my goodness. You know, what kind of horror are these people showing us? I swear to God, I was not able to go to any space. Jana mimi nilienda place ya mental health. We spoke about this is actually violence. What
Are you speaking? I think I lost you.
Unapata. Oh, sorry. Yes, I am.
Yes. So you went somewhere that you're speaking about it? Yeah, and I can hear you.
Okay, sawa. So, yeah, I went to a space where we were talking about mental health. Because what's happening, all these videos of killings and, you know, like the guy who was shot and we saw him fringing and then we were told he died, the guy in Kitengela. And then you find after that, they bring you at Sijui, a woman in Kericho has killed her children. And then Sijui, a bus has killed how many people. So it's just death after death after death. It gets you emotionally defeated. You know, you feel, what can we do? You know, are we even achieving anything? This is all violence that is emotional. It's emotional violence that is being inflicted on our people. So people need to realize that you need to go to places where you can get help. You can switch off. you need to stop watching some of this media. That's why I really love these spaces, because at least we are able to come and talk and vent and be angry. There's also this thing that we keep saying, that be angry. I think be very careful with your anger, because some people are not probably as good at handling their anger as others, be real. So whereas we are telling people, yes, be angry, but let us find ways whereby this anger actually results in something positive. Please let us remember to be human, to remember our humanity. Let us cry with the people who are weeping. Let us be there for them. Let us have fundraisings. Let us help those people who are stranded like that, so that at least you're doing something that is helping you to remember your humanity, because this government is not helping us remember our humanity.
Hey, Chege, thank you very much. I just have to confess. The day before yesterday, when that guy was shot, I was up until 5 a.m. I stayed in a space whereby you are with the Kuro court until about 3. The image kept on flipping through my eyes. In the morning at around 6 o'clock, I went for a walk. I walked until I was exhausted. It's very true. These images that you see, they are really torturing. So if you cannot handle it, like sometimes I say, like the images that came from the Kwara, is it Kware or Kwara? Those images,
Yeah, correct.
I
It was
could
madness.
not,
That was madness.
I could not open. If you cannot handle it, you don't have to look at it. And if you cannot take it, don't deal with it. Like sometimes I get off the spaces for a couple of days, but today I said, no, after that, I just dedicated. Actually, we've been here from 9 a.m. today, and we left Kyoto last night. So if you don't know how to comprehend with the overwhelming things, then do something else. But it's been really, really exhausting. It's been really energy consuming and very emotional. Deep down, you can feel it below your belly. So it is true. You
Exactly.
check on your mental health. Whatever you cannot handle, then just don't deal with it. If you can not watch that image, I would really voice out, don't open it. If you see a clip has been covered, I would really advise, just don't open it. When they write that, they always put something there, notification that actually Kyoto, when a post, he writes, if you cannot handle it, don't open it. So it's really something that you ask yourself, is it by force, by fire? Because at the end of the day, this is somebody's brother, this is somebody's kid, this is somebody's husband. The youngest was as young as 8. Even a cop
There was
shooting
a
kid.
degree, a mother and a child.
Yeah.
You know, it's horror.
It's horror. Like it's like, am I watching a movie or what? So when I dedicated
So be
today,
real. I don't want guys to.
No,
I don't want guys to feel like.
You brought it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's
There's
close
something I want to say.
Yes, carry on.
Yeah, there's something I want to say, because I think these spaces are very useful. Because I don't want guys to feel defeated, because you see what happens when you open the news, you do not know what you're going to be shown. So, unajipata tu, that is the story that is running. What I would advocate for us to be doing in these spaces is, for example, we call out the police, we vent, and then we also now caucus around solving that problem. For example, that Kware story, mpaka sahi, it hasn't been solved. Tuliambiwa ati Kware imewashwa moto the next day, but it was here in X and in social media. None of the mainstream media covered that. So I would like us to go back to that. What's going on with Kware? What is going on with those people who are hacked to death? You get, and we get our lawyers here with if they're doing pro bono, to go to court and petition that we get media to be free to go back to Kware and show us and tell us, and we need a proper report about what is going on. You understand? We need to have some closure, because what they do is that they show us all this horror and then they leave us in the air. That is what we need to be saying no to. We need to be speaking for our comrades who have died. You can imagine we already had 40 people dead. Then we are told a serial killer has killed 41. So now we are at 80 something. Jesus, so we need to make sure that it is followed. These people are given burials. They are dignified. Ruto si kusema tu ati we will compensate, ati we will deal with the we will need the families. Let us see it happening and we can push for that.
I'll not add anything there. I will leave it at that. We've had a very long discussion today.
I hope others can hear me.
I will not go back to that, because after they banned it, I think they presume that should have been a closure. While in real sense, if you try to think around it, why would you ban it? Is there something you're hiding? And then out of the blues, in a very short span of time, for the first time, we really had a very quick response in finding a murderer that actually framed himself from the reports that were given. So there's so many questions.
Do you believe it?
There's so many questions.
Do you even believe it? But I don't. I don't. So we don't trust them. That's the biggest problem.
It doesn't make sense. Like, you turn people to be like small kids. No, I don't want to open that one. Let me not go there. Hillary, Weston, Jimmy, Jimmy. I don't want to go back there. Weston, George.
Pole for taking you there, but anyway, I think you can see that's where I am. I'm like, let's talk about these things. Felix, it's okay.
Yeah, let's just have a nice breaking moment. I mean, Felix, are you there? Bring us back to the world. Bring us back to the world. You can go ahead.
Felix, hatukusikii.
Jimmy, you can take it. Jimmy, if you can hear me.
Unachagua ule mtu ajainua mkono na vile watu wameinua mkono wengi.
No, Gloria Akochini, and she has a network connection problem. I can see her connecting. She won't be able to speak. So I want somebody that is already on the speaker. Ben Cheru, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Please go ahead. Bring us to the world. Weston, give Ben Cheru a minute and then you take it after.
Okay, let me start by saying taking this opportunity to thank KOT and the co-host for giving me this opportunity, at least to share and vent for what I'm feeling inside my heart. First of all, I have two issues, or rather two things to put across. First one, those police who are killing people. Those police who are killing people. Those police that are killing innocent souls. What's your problem? I know this fight is not only for our citizens, even you guys, even the NIS who are listening behind the scenes. I just want to ask you a question. I know, and I have first-hand information. I know how your pay slips look like. I have been processing your loans. I know how it looks like. When you see your pay slip, what comes into your mind? This is the fight these young kids are fighting for. Your 8,000 that you are taking home, your whatever the amount that you are taking home, are you happy about that? The reason why these kids are outside there in the streets is because of that. This impunity has to come to an end. It has to come to an end. And that is why we are fighting for you to get a better pay, so that you can able to take your children to good schools, and the rest of the Kenyans as well. Not only you, it's everyone. It's each and every one of us. So when you kill somebody's son or somebody's daughter, what comes into your mind? Kama angekuwa mtoto wako ungefeel aje? That is the question you need to ask yourself. If huo mtoto mwenye anapigwa risasi ni mtoto wako, unaenda kumwona mochari, ni mtoto wako, how will you feel? Just that is a question for yourself. Remember, the bosses that are giving you instructions, Watoto wao wako mashule nzuri nzuri huko nje, wanakula vizuri eh? You see what Crazy Kena, the video that Crazy Kena put it across. That is exactly the life we are trying to fight, to make you better people, to make you people with dignity. We are not here to fight you. You are not our enemies, but we need to liberate this country. That is what we are doing. And we are not being anarchist because you might say that you are being anarchist because of you're doing ABC. No, we are just trying to fight for accountability in this country. We cannot be borrowing laws that they do not hazifiki Kenya hii, zinaenda kwa account za watu wengine. No, we need accountability. The reasons why we are in the street, we need accountability. We need a government that minds about other people's welfare, that minds about Kenyan citizens' welfare. That is what we are fighting for. I want you to know that this is what we are fighting for. Second point that I wanted to put across is, guys, these people, they think we are after kukuja town, kukuja kusumbua watu town nini. It's not all about coming to CBD. It's not all about that. Sometimes if you try to come to CBD na umefika mahali Mombasa Road umekwamisha, sit down there on the road, play football on the road. That is all we can, or just sit on the road. You don't have to come to town. The revolution starts with where you are. So like, if we are able to march to town kama tumeshikana mkono, I just saw a certain clip, kama tumeshikana tu, no kutupa mawe, no, just peacefully come sit down, decide to sit down. There's nothing that is going on. To sit down, just block the highway, sit down. Hakuna hujapiga mtu, hujafanya nini. That will be a loudest voice that we will ever make. People from outside, I've seen something posted online. It's not, si lazima upande matatu kuje town. Kama wewe ni wa Kitengela, funga barabara Kitengela. Kama wewe ni wa Emali, funga Emali, kaa kwa barabara. Kama wewe ni wa Malapa boda, funga huko. Kama wewe ni wa Mombasa, funga all major highways. Sit down or just get a football, get a ball, just play on the road. Just be peaceful, do your thing. You have your place card, just place it somewhere. Just sit down, just to paralyze everything. At least our voices will be people. It will be an international thing. People will get to listen to us rather than we are fighting for them. Kila mtu ana fight kuingia tao, and then sasa imekuwa mchezo wa swara na panya, kuingia tao, kufuguzwa, kuingia. No, we are evolving this thing. We are doing these things in another different way. They will not believe that it's not about coming to CBD now. It's about doing things differently. We are coming, as they evolve to new tricks on how to deal with us, we are getting new tricks on how to get things done. So I urge everyone, again and again, follow each other for us to be able. Mtu akipotea atajulikana amepotea, imekiwa, we get to know. So the main to fight this thing of abduction is just get to follow each other. So in case you feel there is something, or there's someone who's been following you up, you can post something and we are able to get to know that there's something wrong. Even kama uko na account of followers kama 20, we won't matter so long as you've posted something online. We will make it loud. We will tell Kioti, post this guy amesema ako abducted. We will just keep that word outside there and you will be safe and people will start account to you. That is my submission tonight. And if at all I have something, I'll add. And I urge people to come out. The issues of pan whatever, watu wasiende street is already lifted, so don't worry about that. You watu wakuje kwa streets, let's focus. Bado hajashuka, atashuka. Bado mabambano, bado mabambano, atashuka. Thank you guys.
Thank you very much, Ben. Western, will you go or I give somebody else?
I can go.
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much, Beryl. Thank you, KOT, Afrocentric, and all the people of God doing great work. Because when you're committed to social justice, to the rule of law, to human dignity, you are doing divine work. Once again, I pay tribute to those who have lost and commiserate to their families. And I salute you all in this forum. I've been listening to submissions by lawyers or attorneys keenly throughout the day, or was it later in the evening? I've got a couple of things to share with you. That there's a distinction between lawfare and a revolution. And the two, like water and oil, do not mix. Because law, by its very nature, not just in Kenya, across the world, in so many jurisdictions, law is inherently conservative. It's very conservative because law is very strategic when it comes to property rights. It's very strategic when it comes to the ruling elite, the ruling class being hell-bent to perpetrate illegalities and atrocities. The first casualty is usually the law. Lawfare, whereby you want to deploy the law to correct bad manners in a particular polity, presupposes that the state actors make mistakes, or they think that they're acting within the purview of the law, only to be told, no, you haven't. You have contravened the law. And once the courts pronounce themselves, they abide by the rulings by the court. We don't have this kind of people in Kenya. We have a rogue political elite. And therefore, it's very problematic to incessantly invoke the law, because they know clearly when they want to engage in untoward behavior, the first institution to capture is the judiciary. So much so that if you look back into history, imperialism manifesting itself through atrocious systems such as apartheid, colonialism, single party autocracy, and even military oligarchies across Africa, they were buttressed by the law. Apartheid was legal. There were provisions in the law that gave legal imprimatur to apartheid practices, in as much as they were immoral, in as much as they went counter to human dignity, especially the dignity of black people. And you can say the same about colonialism in Africa and elsewhere, that it happened. You can say the same again in autocracies. In Uganda, Idi Amin, much as he was perpetrating atrocities against Ugandans, he had a chief justice. There were courts in Uganda. It's only when a chief justice at some point did not play ball that he took him out. We have that sordid history in Kenya as well. I'll remind you. The land grabs we're talking about in Kenya, if you read Kenya's history, the law was integral in those land grabs that took place, in, legalizing those atrocities. The law was integral. If you go into the constitution about elections, I will tell you, at some point, Mwai Kibaki filed a petition against Daniel Moi. Was it 97 or thereabout? And you'll be curious to learn that when Kibaki went to court to challenge the election of Moi, a judge ruled that Kibaki was supposed to serve Moi the petition in person. So the question people asked, where do you get a president? How do you access a president? With all the security detail, how do you access a president so that you serve him a petition in person? Instead of you can file this petition through the newspapers, whatever. No, a judge ruled that Kibaki's petition was flawed because he had not served Moi the petition in person. On a technicality, he lost. Why? Because the law is conservative. It protects power. Since the advent of multi-party democracy in Africa over 30 years ago, Kenya 2017 and Malawi 2019, the only countries in which elections were annulled in a continent of how many countries? 55 or thereabout? Can you imagine? But we have perennially fraudulent elections in Africa. People go to courts. They get almost the same verdicts. 2013, that election was at least supposed to go for a second run in Kenya. But the petitioner, Raila Odinga, lost on a technicality. Part of his evidence was not admitted, and he lost. Why? I'm citing these examples to tell you that when you're fighting against tyranny, and then you lean towards the law, ipso facto, you play into the hands of tyranny. You play into the hands of tyranny because there's nothing that a tyrant or an autocrat or a rogue political elite does not understand, does not appreciate, more than you must first and foremost capture the judiciary. You must compromise the judiciary, or at least, if you can't compromise the whole of it, have strategic people in the corridors of the judiciary to do your bidding. Why, for instance, do you get cases such as a social health insurance fund is against the law, but we're giving you 21 days to rectify? Why is it that a judge never says, okay, you're accused of stealing this and that, I'm giving you 1 week? That's to an ordinary person, to return that which you are supposed to have stolen. Otherwise, I'm going to lock you up. Ordinary Kenyans are never afforded that. But the government break the law and the judge says, no, I'm giving you 21 days to rectify. Uhuru Kenyatta had appointed chief administrative secretaries. The courts ruled the same way. That, yeah, in as much as these positions are not contemplated under the law, under the constitution, these people have already been appointed. It will be a disruption. They continue serving. What kind of a ruling is that? I mean, it's either you've broken the law or not. And if the court finds that you've broken the law, why do they give you a pass? Or why do they explain to you what you're supposed to do to cure that which is unconstitutional? Ordinary people are never afforded that latitude. Why? Because the law usually leans towards power. As simple as that. It leans towards power. It consolidates power. Power wielders use the law to cushion themselves against scrutiny. Fundamentally, I want also to remind you of, if you follow litigation in Kenya, you hear that this particular accused person, this suspect, has been arrested, he's been arraigned before a judge, and the police say, look, we haven't concluded our investigations. We are asking for 30 more days to keep this person behind bars as we conduct investigation. That is against the law, especially in jurisdictions that appreciate what the law is. In jurisdictions where the law is supreme, you are not going to arrest a person unless you have sufficient evidence to sustain a conviction. You won't. So the person may move around, may walk around, you keep them under the radar, you collect evidence. It's only when you are convinced, this is the police or the prosecution, that you have got a charge sheet against the person, then you can go to court. But you can't arrest a person and then you go before a judge and say, no, look, we're still going. No, person is presumed innocent until proven guilty. You are contravening that person's rights. But how many times do you hear that? Why do you lock up the person if you have no evidence against them? Why do you lock them up? And then when it comes to the political elite, there's something bizarre in Kenya called anticipatory bail. What the hell is that? Oh, they're looking for me. They want to arrest me. So you go to court, they give you something called anticipatory bail. I've never heard of something like that in any other jurisdiction. Never. Never. So how? Like, it's like somebody saying, this person passed close to my property and looked at, see if they want to steal. So judge, I would like you to lock up this person. That would be bizarre. They haven't stolen anything. But why? They have not arrested you. Why do you want the court to give you something to prevent you from being arrested? But the courts issue those things. Why? Because they're conservative. The law is inherently conservative, fellow compatriots. And it's not just in Kenya, it's across the world. And therefore, when you want to, overhaul a system, if you invoke the law, what it means is that you want to, patch up a few things here and there. You're convinced that by and large, the system works. There are just a few things and there. They could be about personalities. The person who is here and there holding this position, the cabinet, these are the wrong people. If you get a new cabinet, things will be fine. There's a problem with the president. If you get a new president, things will be fine. Now, that's the approach. That it's just a few bad apples, as it were, or the bad advisors that are misleading the president. If the president gets good advisors, things will be fine. But we realize, no, that is tantamount to band-aid. Band-aid. You're covering a wound that you're supposed to clean, but then when you cover it like that, it's going to fester and turn into something. It's going to become gangrenous. So we must be careful not to be held hostage by the tyranny of the law. The tyranny of the law. That's not something liberatory. It's yet another yoke. Yoke. We have to be careful about that, in as much as we are called upon and we encourage the government and every other person to adhere to the rule of law and operate within the Constitution. Finally, about IBC, what is happening currently evokes something called a sense of deja vu. Because, again, history is very paramount, is very important. In 1997, the political elite came up with something called IPPG, Inter-Parties Parliamentary Group. And one of the tasks of that group was to come up with a credible electoral body that could act as an umpire and deliver elections that would be credible and be accepted to both the winners and the losers. So what did they do? Moi acceded to the pressure and allowed political parties to nominate people to the electoral body that was subsequently formed. Okay, that happened. 1997 elections were held. 2002 elections were held. That umbrella thing was still in place, but it was a gentleman's agreement, really. It wasn't enshrined in the law. A gentleman's agreement that it's in our best interest that we exercise trust. Being litigious in and of itself does not solve societal problems. But IPPG came to bite Kenyans in 2007. How? When the term of some commissioners to the electoral body expired close to the elections, including the chair at that time, Samuel Kibuitu, Mwai Kibaki unilaterally replaced those people. And what that did is that it robbed that body of credibility. so that in the run-up to 2007, the opposition and their supporters had lost credibility in the IEBC, which was ironic because Mwai Kibaki, who as official leader of the opposition in 1997, was party to the IPPG agreement. Moi, who was seen to be recalcitrant, honored it. Kibaki, who previously was the opposition leader, broke it. And we know what happened when that was broken. So they are at it again. This signing of this thing is an elite pact. Politicians sitting behind closed doors in a smoke-filled room and coming up with the names. You know, we want to form an IBC and stuff like that. They are not involving the people. Okay? But that's politicized. It's very politicized because now the commissioners, the loyalty is divided. Whoever suggested your name to the body, as we saw last elections, you owe your allegiance to that faction of the political elite. You no longer serve the interests of the Kenyans. Oh my. Why does history repeat itself like that in this country? Why? Yeah, because the state has decayed, because the political elite is rogue. So we have to be careful, even as these things are formed. These are not new things. We have been there before with catastrophic consequences. But the political elite in Kenya is extremely recalcitrant. It learns nothing from history. There are no consequences for not learning. So they continue doing things the bad way. As it were, they continue behaving badly. Why? Because there are no consequences. They can't be held to account, no matter how badly they behave. So they just continue behaving badly and run rings around us. And for some of us who are not privy to history, we think they're doing novel things. They are not. They are not. They are just reinventing the wheel and taking us down the dark alley again and again and again. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, fellow compatriots. Thank you, revolutionaries. A luta continua. Viva.
Shilaho, Viva, and thank you very much. Always filled and thriving with information. Thank you very much. We'll carry on. Gloria, I'm seeing your hand, and get off the space and then rejoin again, because I can see you raising your hand, but I can't add you. So if you're trying to like rejoin, get out, totally leave the space, and then rejoin again. Ozalendo, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Kindly, you can take the mic, and then Okongo.
Okay, kwanza ningetaka kusema wale wenye wamekufa, body is just a vehicle transporting the soul. Na hao hiyo mwili bado ja transport hiyo soul, walikuwa kwa fight, so bado vita ijaisha. Ndiyo mwili zao haziko hapa, lakini spirit yao na soul bado iko, ndiyo vita iweze kuisha, kwa sababu ni 666, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. So 6 plus 6 plus 6 hiyo ni 18, 1 plus 8 hiyo ni 9. Tunapitia 9 months kwa tumbo ya mama ndio tuweze kutokea hapa. So wanatumia nini? Birth certificate wanatumia. Nasikia watu wanaongea mambo za nini, lakini unafaa kujua ni law gani wanatumia. Wanatumia Maritime Admiralty Law, kwa sababu unapitia through birth na ndio unapatiwa birth certificate. Hiyo inamaanisha unapitia kwa maji, hiyo ni tumbo ya mama, na meli inapitia kwa maji na inafika kwa dock, na wewe pia utaenda kwa dock. So tunafaa ku avoid Maritime Admiralty Law yenye wanatumia, na tuchukue Universal Law, na tujue meaning ya governmental ni nini. Govern ni kucontrol, mental ni your mind. So sisi wenyewe tunafaa kugovern our own mind. Hatufai kuruhusu mtu mwingine atugovern. Na tukiendelea unakuja kwa election. Election inataka elite. na au elite lazima wanataka kukupeleka kwa pole, na hiyo pole wanataka electricity, na wewe bado ni electric, na wewe bado ni magnetic. So bado wanataka kukutumia your electric charge kuweza kuwa elect through election, the so-called elite. Okay, abduction yenye wanafanya sahi, how, why, where? Na wale watu wenye tunapigania wako wapi? Wanaona tu, yani atu protect each other, watu wanapotea tu hivyo, hadi majirani wanaona na nini. Wanatumia divide and rule, wanatumia fear, so ndio waweze kutu control governmental to control our mind. Wana threat wale wenye wanafungua hadi ma space, inamaanisha kuna impact, na ni big impact. Just an ordinary person who's trying to fight for their own right, unaweza mtumia hadi message kumthreaten na nini, inamaanisha wow. So hakuna kufia. Fear is facing everything and rise. We are not forgetting everything and run. Hizo stories sijui mimi nasikia akisema mambo za moi nini. Sisi kitu tunataka ni basics needs. Hiyo ndio kitu tulifundishwa kutoka utoto. Hiyo yote ni kila mtu anasahau, ni food, clothing na shelter. Kila mtu akiona hiyo, hakuna mtu ataanza kulalamika juu ukiona basic need, food, clothing na shelter. Ukitaka gari, ukitaka nini, hizo ni zako, lakini uko na the basic needs are human beings zenye anahitaji. Na hizo hufai kupatiwa na mtu yoyote ama hizo, yani hiyo ni must. So hizi stories hizi bado ni colonization bado. Tujirudishe kwa ancient future. Mbona tuongee mambo za barter trade na nini? Safaricom ni digital snitch. Watu wanapatikanaje na kivipi? So lazima tujue venye tutaanza kujichunga sisi wenyewe, kwa sababu tuko na wolves in sheep clothing. Unaona sasa wanajiorganize, wanakuja wote pamoja kwa sababu wameona the force iko so strong that wamejiita wote, wamejiregroup wote. No justice, no peace. Na nothing is accomplished without putting up a fight. Hawa watu wote wameenda, ni mwili tu. Si ati nini, ni watu walikuwa kwa battlefield. Si ati war imeisha ama nini. Bado inaendelea na hakuna ku back down. Hakuna ku back down, hakuna sijui nini. Lazima tujue venye tutajistrategize na venye tutajiorganize. Juu sahi kila move zote wanaona nikaa sasa inakuwa ni calculated moves, juu kuna watu wengine hapa. Bado tuko tu na modern day snitch, modern day Judas. Bado tu wako hapa ndani. So lazima tuanze kufungua our small groups za kuanza kuprotect each other, na hata wale wenye sasa tujue hata kama ni kuanza kuwa na ka community ketu kadogo, juu ini revolution. Na ukumbuke hadi watu walienda kwa msitu wakajitoa kaacha mafamilia zao just to fight. Na wakoloni sasa ndo hawa wenye ulikuwa unaona sijui rangi gani, sasa ndo hawa. Hakuna wengine ati wewe unaangalia sijui unangojea mzungu sijui ni ndio hawa. Na tukiendelea sijui eti hakuna, na tukubali. Wacha sasa hizo mambo zote leo wamejibubi trap wenyewe. Juu sasa unangojea hewa. Si ati ni uoga, wasidani ati ni uoga ama nini. Hiyo si uoga ama kitu kingine. Niliwaambia hii vita Mwenyezi Mungu anataka kuonyesha example ya the whole world na kila kitu. Na damu yetu wanahitaji sana. Damu ya Kenya imemwagika for so long, wamekuwa kihitaji, lakini sasa kila kitu inafunguka na inaonekana. Hizo mamwili na nini, before ilikuwa Shakahola na, lakini sasa kila kitu ukikaa chini na uanze kucalculate, angalia move zao zote zenye wana make. Sasa mnaanza kuwaona, mnaanza kuwajua. Mimi nilikuwa nalia machozi 2007, huyo mjamaa ndo huyu sahi hapa. Ni time ya kuamka, tuungane pamoja, na kitu inatugovern ni universal law. Hatutacheza na maritime admiralty law. Wanawambia sahi ati hivi ni kila kitu ifagiwe upya. Tulikuwa na mababu, kulikuwa na nini, tunaweza kuwa na elders, community elders, si hata tribal elders ama ni community elders. Kwa nini tunataka watu watu govern? Hatuwezi jigovern wenyewe? Angalia sasa watu wako kwa depression. Na kwa hiyo depression ndo nasema sasa tunachukua depressed session, na lazima pia tunaingia kwa fasting na praying. Hii ni vita. Na si easy war. Ilianza ikakuwa mmeweka kwa label ya Nike, Adidas, Puma. Sahi ujue ni spiritual warfare, ni physical, ni mental. Na msitishwe na tusiogope. Tukwe tu physically fit, mentally na spiritually. Na sasa tunaingia through fasting na praying. Jujue hii vita, na wale wote wameabductiwa lazima tuombe waachiliwe, juu hatujui wameenda wapi na tujui ni nini wanafanyiwa. Next thing unajua kuna missing body parts na nini. Msisahau the second month jamaa aliingia kwa President Bill Gates alikuwa Kenya. Na hao ndio watu wana fight kudepopulate. So ujue hii vita UN bado wameingia. Wale walikuwa nasijua nafanya wanawake wasiweze kunini, wametoka New York, sasa hiyo ofisi yao tena wamekuja Nairobi. Kitu kama 9,000 ama sijui ni watu wangapi ndio hao. Hii vita inakuwa sasa wale Gen Z sijui wanataka kuiweka kwa label, na sasa tena imekuwa ni divide and rule. Sasa imekuwa anataka kuiweka tena kwa tribal. Baba yako ni nani? Baba yako ni Mwenyezi Mungu. Na kama unataka baba, basi deda ndio baba wa nchi. Kuje baba wasijui mimi ni kabila hii, mimi ni kabila hii. Peleka hiyo kwenyu kwa nyumba yenu hiyo. Ukitoka kwa mlango, ongea lugha yenye wananchi wanaongea. Kama unaweza ongea Swahili sawa, kama unaweza ongea Kizungu sawa. Lakini sijui baba, huo ni baba yako. Kama ni baba yako, kana huo baba yako huko. Unaona kitu yenye anafanya? Nyinyi baba sijui mlikuwa madai hard sijui ni manini. Nyinyi kwani wewe mwanaume wewe unaweza kuaje die hard wa mwanaume? Huyu fanatic. Wewe utakuaje? Wake up sasa tuamke man. Na sasa wanajiunga, wanajiregroup, wanakuja na strong force, nawaambia na sasa lazima tuamke. Sasa wameanza kuchukua mavijana zao, imekuwa sijui Gen Z, sijui imekuwa sasa watu sijui tribe gani, sijui hizo ndio vitu sasa wanatafuta. Na lazima tukue makini jo. Jiweke kwa level yao na tusikubali kuweka kwa hiyo level, kwa sababu Mwenyezi Mungu ametufungua macho na tuwezi kubali kuingia kwa hiyo giza. Na hiyo ni elite, tunasikia hiyo wanataka, yani nakwambia energy yetu ndio wanaitaka. Wanatumia elements, na element yetu ni maji. We are the most humblest element and we are the strongest. Na sai nasema wacheni hizi mambo sijui lawyer sijui hivi sijui nini. Watu wote judiciary, executive, sijui legislative, hiyo ni same tree. Hii ni kitu mnaongea mambo ya yani mkoloni, mzungukaji. Hizi vitu mnaongea ni vitu zenye mzungu alileta. Tulikuwa na elders. Sasa sisi tunajirudisha, sisi ni maumau. Lazima tujirudishe sasa, yani kwa mindset ya sisi venye tulikuwa before nobody akuje. Before tufundishwe sijui nini. Lazima tujirudishe na tujiheshimu. Tuache kujidharau. Tulijidharau yani for so long.
Ndio hao watu wamekuja, yani wanatuchukua ni kama mafala, kama yani unaona mtu ameua, inakuwa unatafuta mtu sijui ametokea sijui wapi, hata mtu mwenyewe hata hezi uamende unamleta sijui ni, yani hizo mahesabu hizo ni calculations zenye manze jo pimbi. Mi tu kitu naweza taka tu watu yangu tu tusibebwe mapimbi na tusikubali kubebwa mafala hivyo. Tusha play full for a long time and now tumekacha wa wisdom. Na tusikubali kubebwa ufala tena. Yani enough is enough. Kama imekuwa basi wacha amalize venye wanasema ni mavijana, sijui imekuwa inaitwa sijui ndio Gen Z, sijui millennials, sijui Gen Alpha, hizo zote sijui hata zilitokea wapi. Hii ni shida, huyu mjamaa ameleta shida na hii ndio shida inataka kutatuliwa hapa. Haina sijui label ya hivi sijui hivi ama hivi, hiyo baadaye itakuja inaleta tu bado mambo mingi. Kila mtu anafinywa. Wazazi walikopa pesa ngapi watoto waende shule? Watu wamegraduate wako na certificate, wengine wanauza mapencil kwa barabara, wengine ni mahita, wengine wamekuwa hadi makonkodi. Sasa usikuje kujua ati uko educated. Kwanza unajua educate ni nini? Ku-educate, chukua tu kalamu alafu unajua English. Lazima ujue English pia ni word walitumia spell. Okay. Ruto sahi ako possess. Jua kuna possession. So tunaongea nini hapa? Tuanze kujua juu sisi ni wakina nani na tukuame kujijua sisi wenyewe. Know thyself. Hata wameziweka kwa vitabu zao. Know thyself. Hiyo ndio kitu moja kwanza muhimu. Yani tujijue. Juu sasa kwanza tunajipata kwa mix up. Main agenda hii ni nini? Main agenda ni Ruto azidi. Na si yeye tu peke yake. Yani hiyo yote fagia yote, yani nakuambia vitu zote walituwekea. Tuanze upya. Tujitibu sisi wenyewe. Sisi ndio sahi madaktari sisi wenyewe. Opposition ndio sisi wenyewe. Hakuna nini. Enough is enough. Ama bwenyenye wanajipiga maperfume wamekuja kuvaa masuti hapa sijui pesa. Wewe unakuja ujue ni mafala. Mimi nakwambia mtu anaenda kununua mshipi ya 50,000 ujue ni fala. Mtu anaenda kununua kiatu sijui 170 huo ni fala. Yani ukikaa tu ukimwangalia na ukikaa chini ukifikiria, mimi nakwambia ni pimbi kuruka. Wewe ende kununua mshipi 50,000. Yani pesa iko mingi hivyo, yani hadi unaenda kuharibu hivyo. Juu si yako. Na utakaa chini uentertain na nini. Kulikuwa sijui na wengine sijui ni masonko wakakuja. Sasa wengine puppets sasa wanatumia kuosha do sijui ndio KRG the donkey. Tunaona tu hizo vitu zote tu tunazientertain tu. Si tuko sawa kuna wale sijui wa socialites sijui. Yani society yani venye tumekaa tuna entertain so much negativity. Vitu negative ndio vitu zinatu attract. Vitu positive tulikuwa tunazineglect, neglect. Sasa angalia vitu negativity zime pile up tu. Kwa sababu yani ukiongea vitu positive lakini sasa angalia huyu mjamaa mkatumia sympathy card, akapatiwa sympathy card ikakuwa anateswa kwa serikali ya huyu, anateswa kwa
Wazalendo.
Oye
Wazalendo.
Acha nimalizie hapo.
Nyaje maze.
Acha nimalizie tu hapo tu.
Naweza kauliza swali, are you a poet?
Anzejo hizi majukumu zenye huyu jamaa analeta ndio zinafanya hata akili sasa zinaanza kufikia hata vitu zingine jo. Tuna learn na tuna grow. Lazima tuna learn wote na tuta grow pamoja.
Maze. Thanks so much. Wacha wengine waongee, tunataka at least tufunge saa 6.
Asanteni jo sana.
Tumekaa from 9, so guys wale wanaingia tumekuwa hapa the whole day and we are wishing tufunge saa 6.
Manze jo na kama tunaweza supportiana tusapotiane.
Support iko hapo juu. Kama wewe unataka support gani? Ngoja.
Hiyo njia yoyote kwa sasa hii support inakuja kwa iko mentally, physically, financially, yani
ndio
njia
maana
yoyote tunaweza
tumefungua.
supportiana.
Yes. Thank you very much. Guys, mmesikia venye wazalendo wamesema. So let's support each other. Tusimame na kila mtu. Like these things are really emotional draining and I've been affected jana juzi, so leo nilisema leo time yote ni space hata hata kuna watu wameniuliza kwani leo umeshinda space the whole day, nikaambia mazee achaneni tu na mimi. So depending on venye utasaidika ku relieve out that pain, you can come to this space. Kuna I walked kidogo, nilisikia better, but then leo nilidedicate kwa space. So let other people waweze kuongea. Usipoweza kupata mic by saa 6, tutafunga saa 6 ama saa 6:20 hivi. Kioti hajalala kuanzia juzi, na kama utamtumia airtime hapo, moral support, airtime, whatever. Let's build each other. Let's hold each other's hand. I'm seeing the panel again imeshona. So to save time, ndio kama hujaiongea kwa space, hebu nipatie signal. I want to give those people first consideration. Kama hujaiongea kwa space, just give me an emoji. Oh my God. Research evaluator.
Okay, thank you very much for this space. Let me start by admitting that this movement has gone down the history of the globe because there is no such a movement that is achieved in a very short span of time. But I have got a point that I want to share with the team. Hello?
Somebody is speaking.
Hello?
Yes.
Mute your mic. Nilipatia mtu moja mic. Ukiingia nikikupatia like if I add you kwa speaker, una chill tu because mic itakuja ikiwa iko off. So you'll just wait and then utasikia mtu anaongea, akimaliza then kuna line venye nimepea na watu mic. So kindly be patient, hata nikikupatia mic usianze kuongea. Whoever was speaking, go ahead.
Right. So what I am saying is that you
What's up? Are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
It's gone.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, what I'm saying is that you need now to be proactive because as things go, the government may declare the movement a terrorist movement because now they are trying to get the leads of the sponsorship of people who are outside. And when they see that you are now coming hard, possibly to remove the head of the state, the head of the state can declare and say that now this is a terrorist movement sponsored by the people who are outside or terrorists outside. So what they will do is that they will come heavy upon certain individuals, or they will just come at random to the people who will be coming for demonstrations. That is why we are saying this is now the opportunity to make sure that you consolidate your power and you do it very fast such that you can have an impact before they call you a terrorist government or movement. Because if you check what the president has been saying, I think that can be the last possible option when he sees that he is coming to the corner. And now, finally, let me address the issue of the nature of these movements. There are several movements of this nature which we have seen globally. But these movements, you see, they cannot be converted to political parties. So what you need to do now is that if you get the opportunity of changing the constitution to effect whatever you want, that will be very good. Because if you say today Ruto is going to dissolve the government or to say I am calling for the next election, even if Gen Z forms a political party, you cannot manage to win because they are political parties with structures and whatever. So your opportunity is whenever you get the chance of dialogue or anything, let what you manage to get put under the constitution so that tomorrow you can benefit all of you. Because even if we say we want you to come to leadership, there are only maybe one or two who can get that particular leadership. And the people who are suffering like you may not get anything. There are people who have died and they are not going to gain anything. So the purpose of this movement is to make sure that everyone benefits. That is why that is why Matiba, he died, he suffered during his last days. He spent most of his last days on deathbed. He never benefited much from what he suffered for. So that is what we are going to see as well. So consolidate what you got or what you achieved through changing the constitution if possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Beryl, I can go on?
I can't see who is speaking. That is Justus or who?
Okongo. I think that's how you had given us
Yeah.
the numbers.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bilere and the host and the co-host for this opportunity. I want to start
Okongo,
by
1
speaking.
minute.
Okay.
Who has just spoken?
It's research.
Oh, research. Okay, thank you. I want to remove it so that I add other people. Okongo, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, co-host. First and foremost, nataka kuanza kusema pole sana to our comrades who have been killed by this cruelest and rogue regime. Tunataka kusema pole sana. To the families, it's really painful, whatever like happened yesterday. To me, very nimesikia ukisema it's been a roller coaster. In fact, kulala imekuwa shida. On the same line, I want to talk to our police officers who are killing us. Kindly. Why are you killing us? We are your daughters, we are your sons, you are our aunties, you are our uncles, you are our fathers, your mothers, your girlfriends and boyfriends. Why are you killing us? Yeah? Kuna mmoja wetu amesema about the payslip. And I want to request our KOT, I know you have bigger accounts. Can we get a payslip of a police officer to wonder what is this that is motivating them to kill us? Wonder what they're earning among the expensive loans they're carrying. These are guys who are going home with 10,000, 8,000, 7,000, 15,000, 12,000. Is that what is motivating you to kill these young ones? Kindly, can we stop this? We are fighting for you. Angalia ile maisha mnakaa. Chiangalie, ukitoka hapo chioni umetukimbiza, umetuua, ukirudi kwako, how do you feel? Unaingia nyumba ya mabati. Yeah? Ndio unaenda kulala, ndio serikali imekupatia. Is that what is motivating you to kill us honestly? Na I know mko hapa ndani, NIS iko hapa, CID. Can you kindly stop this? Number 2, I want to talk on the pressure points. As we are moving on, we need to change our tactics on how we are going to do our demonstrations and pushing on. I don't know. This is something I've been thinking, and I think I need to bring it over so that we can ponder. That now we have been having 2 days of every week, 2 days that we need to be pushing on. But majorly Tuesdays has been our major day. As we go on next week, can we change now to say every day from Monday to Friday we are occupying, so that we can increase pressure. Ndio watu tuone kama watasikia what we are saying. On that same sense, on Tuesday, I'm proposing this, that the areas we're going to occupy, the major roads, like roads ya kuenda JKIA, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, Mombasa Road, all roads which are going to foreign offices, yeah? All the NGOs that tuko nazo hapa, the foreign offices, the ambassadorial, if we can occupy those roads. Na tukioccupy ni kwenda pale tunakaa chini. Uko na machi yako, uko na your flag, tunakaa hapo chini. Ndio tuone the pressure if it's gonna increase, because we need to check where we need to increase our pressure points. Another thing, this one is to our legal team. We having a lot, these guys for the last 2 years, they have been operating unconstitutionally. If you look at the bills zenye zimepitishwa, a number of them, they are not supposed to operate where you are saying you are in a democratic country. Siko mingi sana, like the one which is coming in court in Machakos, about mambo ya seedlings, that we are not supposed to buy our indigenous seedlings. Sasa tuanze kununua hizi vitu za Bill Gates. That is how we have been auctioned, guys. So we need our legal team to check all the bills which have been passed, and is there something which can be done to them ndio ziweze kurudishwa, tusiangalie now in details na ziweze kuwa zinasaidia sisi common mwananchi. Like the appropriation bill which we gave this guy room now that he can spend. Is there a way we can work on that appropriation bill ndio iweze kusimama? Unajua ulitudanganya, we were so much focused on finance bill. Appropriation bill is where now is given power to spend, and he was given that because it was signed na ikakuwa law. Now they are spending. Hizi vitu unasikia anaanza kusema, oh, they are cutting this, or wanafanya nini, they are reducing on this. If we can go to that appropriation bill na something to be done, that will come to a standstill. And also the finance bill, the legal team, I'm also coming back to you. The 21 days to Ambiwa, if it goes 21 days, that thing will come into law. What is supposed to be done? Because the Rocky Parliament, Yaiko, after we occupy the Parliament, those guys, they don't have any more authority, even legally, to go back and do anything as per the law. What are we supposed to do? Because 21 days are coming up, now hiyo kitu itakuwa law, and it will continue doing what is supposed to be done. So that is something our legal team needs to look at, and they can advise. And then another thing, this one, I think I want to salute Msarendo. Man, that was good. Whatever you have given us. I don't know if you are a poet. Is it something that you have written? Umeandika chini unaweza tuma? Because like me, manipulation to some extent. Is it something umeandika? Because uko hapa ndani, I don't know, really, if you can give him a speaker tuambie, and there's something he can share so that people, we can now start using it. It's part of us. And that's what we want. Artists, we need more of your input to own where we can put more pressure. And then another thing is to bring fire, because when we occupied Parliament, we had a cause and we brought in everybody, but at some point, it's kind of we are being left. Our parents, our uncles, our aunties, they're moving back. Is there something we can do to bring them on board? Imagine kila mtu atoke on Tuesday, tuchikute tuko watu 30 million on the street. Would that guy wait us in State House? Na tuseme sasa tumeingia hapa 30 million people, aturudi nyumbani leo. Tuko hapa the whole day, tuingie night, hivyo. Will they wait? So how can we bring back the fire? How can we bring everybody on board? Yeah, I know there are several people from the poll imefanywa leo, you can see almost 80% of people in Kenya are supporting this. Yeah, even in our security apparatus, I know we have guys inside there who are supporting us. Yeah. So if we can see how we can bring everybody on board to increase, now we want 30 million people in the street of all walks. Hakuna hapa sasa kuseparate yote, we not only these chances, hapana. Everybody, our grandparents, our parents, those who can make it, waingie the street, we can achieve this. You know, we are at a point where we can't return back. And if we give this guy room, aweze kupata hii maisha yenye Raila anataka kumpatia, the another political conman who has used Kenyans for his own benefit. The face of poverty in Kenya and Africa, yeah, the face of backwardness, individualism. This is a guy who doesn't care about us. How many people have been killed because of Raila? Now he's here telling us he wants to support a sinking ship. Honestly, we have to change. I don't know what we can do to bring back the fire, so that everybody aingie on course, ndio tuweze kuona how to move forward. Kumarisia kabisa is about the issue of forming what government, handshake, I don't know, government of national unity, a lot of nonsense and bullshit. We cannot allow this. Look at the people Raila has given out the names. Akina Joe, what tunajua their characters. Akina Oparanya, these are people who have cases in court. Yeah. Are we going to allow them now say warudi after wame misuse, they have misruled the counties, they have stolen everything, again to waingie in the national government, waende kutuibia honestly? Guys, this is the time. We are not going to allow this to happen. You know, we are dealing with people who don't understand what we are doing. We are on a different level. Now they are on a different level. Asante, wacha nimalize. 1 second, kindly. 1 second. I'm just dropping. Kindly.
Please,
1 second.
please, please. Thank
Mine
you.
is to encourage you guys. Na waombea kila mtu tukue na hiyo support system. Let's move forward. We are almost there. We are almost there. We only need one final punch and we will be there. Thank you so much for the space and we will continue supporting one another as we move on. Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana. Let's at least take 1 minute and a half so that kila mtu aweze kuongea. So if I give you the mic, just be brief, usirudie what others wamesema. So Ones, I'm trying to add you. Kindly leave the space and then join again. If you're seeing that connecting, I'm really trying to add everybody that is on the speaker so that I close with the request. So if I can't add you, okay, you're not connecting, like Ones, I'm seeing connecting.
Beryl, you can drop me.
Who else?
You can drop me from the speaker.
Yeah.
I'm ready if you're ready to go.
Just a minute, I put some order so that there are people really want to speak. They're inboxing me. So if I can't add you, just leave the space and then join again. Then I'll be able to see you. And then there's Nyamalo. Nyalome, if you're there, you can raise your hand. I can't see you. I can't see you. So Justus, were you speaking or it was Moses? Somebody spoke.
Yes, it was me. You had mentioned me earlier. I think it's fair to just yes.
Kindly
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you so
1
much.
minute and a half.
Oh, okay. It's a bit short, chaotic.
Okay, take 2 minutes.
And thank you for the opportunity to be part of the conversation. And I want to commend you. One thing that is clear, and the next step of action is that Ruto must go. And there's no two way about it. Would also want to encourage us that change is spontaneous, change is not static. And yes, we've had heroes in the past who fought for change, and the things they fought for, sometimes they get confused and tend to believe that those are the same things that we're still fighting for to date. Yes, our forefathers fought and liberated us from colonialism, the Mbeberu, and we heroized them. We had the second liberation, fight against a one-party system to democracy. We heroized them. We have guys who have championed, constitutional reforms, and they remain our heroes. But it will be very unwise of them to overstay and also not be dynamic enough to understand that the change is not a static point. And the things that we're asking for today actually are the things that are hurting us the most, and people have mentioned them. You see economic policy where somebody is forced to tax even the basic social needs like health, like education, even the social needs, social food. If the people, if people are allowing their government to add obstacles or raise taxes from these areas, seriously, what manner of exploitation can this be? And the persons who are pushing them are not persons who have good interest of the citizen at heart. Instead of them feeling us, they are fleecing us. Instead of them serving us, they are sacrificing us as the altars of these deals. Seriously, how can they administer justice when their hand is full of blood? They talk about defeating corruption, yet their pockets are bursting with loots. These individuals have brought a lot of pain and a serious burden and the poverty that they've caused in our land, which is not bearable. And if wherever direction you turn to, if we actually do not stand the way we are standing straight to let them fall off our back, anytime we bend again, these guys will climb back and they'll sit pretty. So my urge for us is to stand strong and then move forward the way we began. Yes, I must also urge us to be careful against compartmentalization that they're doing, because when they try to compartmentalize this change as within the age group, you must be aware that the person who normally used divide and rule has always been the colonialist, where you divide people within their age gap, you divide people against gender, you divide people against, long nose, short nose, dark skin. And on these things, these tactics are always meant to conquer you. So I think we must also structure ourselves, which I am proud to mention that I didn't begin this today. I've been in the street. I was shot. I've healed. I've visited our comrades in hospital, especially Kenyatta, and the guys visit them because when you visit these comrades, some of them lying in the bed, they just need hope. Remember the last guys I talked with, I really inspired them, and they felt the need to come back. One said he's not having a leg, but when he gets out of hospital, he will still get back to the street because of the inspiration we gave one another. And we cannot afford to fail them. We cannot afford, especially, I even went to the morgue. I saw those who are in the fridge. It's not, as somebody said, yes, it may be disturbing, but for the cause that they've sacrificed their life for, these guys are heroes. To me, I remember them and I get energized, I get strengthened. I'm not traumatized per se. I get more understanding, more avenues on how to move forward. So I would urge us to visit them wherever you can. Check them, like also Kenyatta has admitted a number. Take your time. Just also share with them. I know some of them also do join spaces, as I advised them. But some lost the phone. So they're difficult, various difficult situations. So what I'm trying to say is that I have been in the forefront. But I've not just been in the forefront. I've longed for this for quite a number. There's a time when we were speaking like this and we were like lonely voices. I've participated actively in the political activities, even in the election, and we've seen massive gerrymandering in our faces. We've seen national office, institutions being weaponized against innocent aspirants whom they think are a threat to them, only to qualify individuals who actually lack merit and have led us to where we are. I saw. I was having my brother Ruben Kigame, who went to court and challenged the nomination process of last election, and the court awarded him that the nomination process was unconstitutional. Yet IEBC went ahead and then eliminated him and a number of us. And guess what? The individuals who had questions, even on their characters and integrity questions, are the ones who are cleared. And here we are again with the same mess. So somebody telling us to lower our guns and start negotiating and dialoguing. Which organizations or institutions are we going to dialogue with? We've tried them, even in the election following these processes. They keep on messing them. I've seen EACC lying against candidates. A candidate was EACC claimed actually crafted a candidate's ID, reduced his ID from 8 digit to 7 digit, and gazetted that 7 digit as the person having registered fraudulently as a voter at because of that 7 digits that they were gazetting. Yet the person had 8 digits ID, which the person had submitted with them, only to be corrected by IEBC later after the person had been nullified. There's nothing we've not seen in this country. These guys are outrightly lawless, with impunity. They manipulate our institutions, and then when you push them to a corner, they sit back and begin to point to you. Point us towards the same institutions that they've been violating. So to me, I believe the achievement that we've achieved. Of course, the damages and the damages are enormous. People may be tired. People may be scared. People, it's not an easy thing. But one assurance I want to give us is that this thing will not end. Even if it ends now, it will come back worse than what they are thinking. And they cannot reach 2025 before these foundations are are done away with. So I agreed with Mzalendo that the war is not just about the persons of Ruto. It's not just about Ruto's government, but it's about the forces whose entrenchment actually have, their roots have been entrenched for a long time in our education system, in our health system, in our food. They are legalizing GMO. In our education system, they are making sure that our curriculum does not work for us. We learn just to get jobs. We don't learn to live the life. No wonder marriages are in shambles. The society is just social degradation, deprivation is actually is being just the progress is being reversed, and a number of things that we can highlight. And these are the agents that they are using to implement these things. So we have to cut off these legs. We must deny them their agents. And the agents they are now trying to use, actually they are popular ones, like the ones that were successful in the previous changes, like the names you're mentioning. And these guys are being thrown on our faces to stop us and divide us within the tribal lines, and divide us within the age limits, or divide us through religious lines. And I believe, what the joy I'm having, like when I see people like Mzalendo, is that we can recognize them. We can, detect their lies. And we need to have sessions or like this as often as possible, to reassure people's commitment, and to re-strategize, as somebody mentioned. And of course, our strategy are not going to be, we're not going to broadcast them here. We must also find ways now to make sure that we're effective. For example, we fought for IBC to be instituted. The mechanism of instituting IBC is as per the law. There are various organizations who will be appointing nominating select panels, like political parties should select 3 people. Religious society should select 2 people. Parliamentary service, and then LSK, and even the certified accounts. And then all of these individuals, if we are wise, I think we can't afford to be left out as Gen Zs. We must make sure that we have our individuals who are going to make those selections. We can't fight, then we get a process, and then we allow them to run with it, only to yield the same problem that we've been having. So as I'm a party leader, I'm a leader of political party, Justice and Freedom Party. My party has reached out to Gen Zs who are willing. When they are going to appoint tech representatives, I would rather my party send an agency. And we support individuals who have capacity to make sure that we elect individual the characters that we are looking for. Yeah, so I no need to talk a lot. I know I've gone beyond the 2 minutes. Forgive me, KOT. We'll keep appearing that we and share more. But I urge you to move forward. I urge you to strengthen the weaker limbs, and then let get strong. Let's soldier on, and let's follow one another. Like you follow me, I'll follow you back, and keep each other posted and updated. And I agree with you. Wherever you are, let's be each other's keepers. If you see somebody being abducted or somebody is being harassed, I think it's okay. Let's extend the courage and question and ask, record, and if possible, if you're able to intervene. I believe if we keep soldiering on, this thing is almost there. It may just need just a little punch, and the whole process will be done. So let's keep moving forward, comrades, and have a good night.
Well, Justice, thank you very much. Your mic will go to kuachilia. Tomorrow we'll hold another space. Thank you very much for your input. I'm really trusting that you're going to finish with everybody on the speaker panel, so that Kibet, are you there? Zane? Nothing?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah. Okay, so we go Kibet. We have around 15 minutes, so we go 1 minute and a half or 2.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Piril, for this.
How many minutes you gonna take, man?
I'll take the little time, boss. But me, I'm actually straight to the
Thank
point. We
you.
don't have to waste
Thank
a lot
you.
of time. I know you guys are actually from 9 up to now is not something simple. So
Thank
first
you
of
very
all,
much.
let me
Carry on.
actually appreciate you. Let me appreciate KOT. Let me appreciate you, Biril, for actually hosting us on this space. I am Geoffrey, and also I'm a certified public accountant of Kenya. So because I know, actually, I wanted to talk about the IBC so that we be vigilant. We want transparency going forward when they are actually recruiting this process. I know they have talked about the 9 slots, whereby the ISPAC is part of this team. We are actually watching very much. We want to see how our professional body is going to act. I think they are also part of the team who are going to audit the public debt. And so far, we've not heard them saying something. These are the things which we really want to talk about them. We really want to shun them. We want to see our professional body becoming accountable. These are institutions which we are really looking forward to. Going forward, we want to see them styling up and actually speaking everything that is not good in our governance. The other thing that I really want to talk about is the recalling this IBC. Once the IBC is actually instituted, we have to recall our MPs. We really have to exercise all this part of our constitution. Also, the LSK, we really want to appreciate you people. You've done a great job. Today, we also saw what you did for us, uplifting that ban from the CBD. That is a commendable job. We also want to appreciate you, and going forward, please continue standing with us. We really appreciate all the lawyers who actually spoke today. We do have a lot of information on our table. We really thank you. Continue enlightening us. Continue giving us this information so that we know what is the way forward going forward. Also, the office of the Attorney General. I was actually thinking on, is there any way we can change the law? Because who are these people reporting to? They report to the parliament. And this is the rotten parliament whereby they really let us down. Could there be any way we can change the law so that this Attorney General could also have powers to prosecute, powers to take people to court and prosecute these corrupt people until we make corruption to become something which is very hot? I don't know, maybe lawyers would actually have to tell us going forward. Lastly, I don't want to take a lot of time. The spirit should not die. Let us continue with the same spirit. Let us keep on flashing out all these corrupt people. I also want to talk about the EACC. The EACC, this institution is so silent. I remember Bishop Oginde when he was still outside. This guy gave us a clear picture of 1 billion. How you can use 1 billion? The 1 billion is, he told us that you can spend 30,000 on a daily basis for 100 years. And it is very true. If you have your calculator and do this math, you will see that you have to spend 30,000 on a daily basis. It will go for 100 years. Why is it that right now these guys are sitting down? These guys are very silent. We have somebody like Ndi. Ndi once a time, he once said that he wanted to seize part of this country, and then the other part become another country. Right now, because they are inside the money, they are now proud. They are now telling us they are not even saying anything. Why can't they resign and say we can't work with this government? It is too corrupt. Say that we cannot even go. The previous government, they cannot explain the 1.1 trillion Kenya shillings. Why is it that the former president also is keeping quiet? Why can't he come out and shed light about this lost money? Where is the book value of the debt of our country? Otherwise, guys, let the spirit continue. I know God is standing with us. When we were starting the first Tuesday, when we were going to the parliament, somebody closed the space with a prayer. Let us continue standing with prayers as well. We know we are working fighting with the these spirits. So I would like us to continue encourage each other so that we also include prayers. God is standing with us. Otherwise, thank you so much. Let me rest my case there and also wish you good night. Thank you.
A lot about that issue, so it's important that we remember them. I think we should find a structure how we can visit their parents, encourage them, visit the ones in hospital. And for your contribution, I appreciate everyone. Everybody brings value to the table. Now, I've heard people saying that, we're getting information overload, but the reason why we are in this problem today is because we were not paying attention. So I'd like to beg everyone, allow, whether it's legal information, whatever information we can get, allow it at any opportunity we get, because they say information is power. There's a gentleman called, is it Mzalendo or Wazalendo? He's highlighted very good points, but I think he's very deep. I think I could pick a few of what he was trying to highlight, but above all, what I'm convicted is that this battle is spiritual. So eventually we will win. And for that reason, do not be lied to by anybody to pick a leader at this point. Reason being, if we give somebody our power to be an authority figure, whether they don't have to put us on the table. Because like Kibet has said, we are fighting principality. They can actually destroy the whole movement because this is a spiritual battle. So do not agree to pick a leader yet. Because okay, partly there are two things. That they're looking for a leader so that they can be compromised, but also they need someone to take authority over the group. And then after that, I'm a Christian, and along the journey I've learned about this. There's a lot of power in giving somebody that leadership. They can destroy you. Now, on another issue I wanted to raise was some of them have been highlighted. Like, we've seen people walk into Kenya, do whatever they want to do with Kenyans, and walk away. We are done being walked over. There was this company that was collecting data right at KICC. We should not allow, whether they are Kenyans working for them, we should not allow data mining. This is not, we're not guinea pigs for anybody. Nani Kibet highlighted about Bishop Oginde. The reason why EACC is not able to move, Parliament removed the conflict of interest clause. So even if, say, people are doing business or they're doing stuff, they have already removed the clause. So EACC can only do so much. About IEBC, somebody highlighted, because we are learning a lot every day, that in this bill that they were signing at KICC, they have said that some of the polling stations may no longer be classes. It may be vehicle or multiple vehicles. So we need to, apart from just saying IBC this, that, let's go through what was that was signed so that we know what is in it. We don't end up having a team that can watch over our elections, but these people can run away and manipulate the votes. What else did I want to address? Yes, there was the issue of Bill Gates. I think we should make sure that man doesn't set foot in this country, because that man has contributed a lot to the problems we are facing. What do they mean that we cannot replow our own seed? These are the tactics the West has used so that tomorrow, you hear the way they talk about Africa. when they're talking about Nairobi, they'll just show the worst of Nairobi. We've been to their places. Their places, they also have the same problems we are facing. But we should work with a hashtag IMF and World Bank to keep off Kenya, hands off Kenya. Number two, we should have a strategy. The people we need to put pressure on is embassies. I was so disheartened. I don't watch news, but I was so heartbroken to hear, I'm a student, to hear in class that a Swedish ambassador went to State House in the middle of battle with people's body lying in the streets, with them not being, with families not knowing where their kins are, and you dare go to the to State House to do what? So we need to occupy those embassies. That's actually where we should put the pressure, because those guys, by now they know we are crazy, so they won't want to mess with us. Those are the people who will apply the pressure we need applied. So I think the first, and then we need to align what are our hashtags, so that there's no confusion. I'll beg everyone, if it's possible, we can try and consolidate different spaces, so that it's a bigger group as opposed to fragments here and there. We bring in a bigger group so that we work as a team, because this divide and rule thing is real. Why was the first protest successful? Right now, there's heavy reliance on the spaces. I said I'm a student. The communication was on and off the platform. So we need to look into how we harness that. I cannot finish without addressing the issue of Ayo. I don't think we should wait until he's abducted and missing so that we can start running a hashtag about him. What if something happens when he's not able to reach us? I think we should start now a hashtag keep off Ayo, and we highlight what the issue is. And I'd remember something else. But yeah, majorly we need to focus on the embassy. We need to touch on Bill Gates, and all of us should tag him and say we don't want him in Kenya, because like they said, that control and depopulation, his videos are everywhere. People only look at where he has succeeded. In India, farmers were throwing themselves in the fire because he paid Modi so much money, the prime minister, so much money to build a palace. And then they brought that madness of you can't buy seeds, you have to buy from them. Also, he was emphasizing on them. We don't want these GMOs. We do not want anything they bring for us. Africans are brilliant minds. If you look at how they have wasted us over the years, we have minerals. When they take a rock, we are shown a very small rock in Hong Kong or New York Stock Exchange or auction, and we are told this rock is worth $30 million. And the whole mine they excavated in Africa did not cost, they did not pay us that much money. So we have a lot of work to do, and we have to bring our minds. We cannot get tired. We have to keep going. And then there's the issue of Mzalendo. I listened to him, and he has a lot of concept that I don't have. I don't even have mental capacity to comprehend. But I think we should give him. These are people we didn't know existed. We should give him, and this is the thing with Gen Zs, the information they have, the depth is on another level. We should make sure that this guy gets a platform on every space to speak. It will also send a message to these guys that, oh, we are a woke generation. We may not be at the same level as him, but they will understand, because that is where they're operating on the elements. On this one, I didn't even know. I'm a Christian, and I hunger for knowledge, because the Bible says, without knowledge, my people perish. Oh, and we should put pressure on the church. They're the ones who got us where we are. So how can someone be shot and the church doesn't say anything? In fact, the church should be doing that, the work of going to see these people in hospital. They should be contributing. They should be on the forefront. I was raised by a man who loved this country, and my dad used to tell us, if the children ask us what happened, we should tell them our parents failed us. I'm so proud to see who we have become. Because we had Bishop Muge, he told us, I've been to every corner of this nation.
Thank
He
you.
told us, Bishop,
Could you land
life.
kindly?
Okay, fine. I'll land there. I thank you, everyone, and join my prayers.
Thank you very much. We're going to do another space, so we're just closing on the people that haven't spoken. Dr. Tim, have you spoken? Nothing. Have you spoken? Nothing, K.
Yes, I have. I just finished.
Oh, your mic is off.
I just finished.
Jackie C.
Hello, yes.
Sting.
Tim, Dr. Tim here, please.
Okay, Tim, go ahead.
Thank you
1
so much
minute.
for giving me the platform. A minute, even less than that one. I also want to say thank you so much because you have given me this opportunity to speak. Actually, I have a very, very important information that I would wish to share together. That we need to understand that once you have been injured, maybe a bullet has been hit on you. If you have been taken to any hospital around, ensure after getting your first aid, make sure that if you feel like you can be able to be transferred to another hospital, you do it as early as possible because I'm very close to some sources. They are still trying to reach those people in the hospitals and try to ensure that they arm them more. So kindly, that is what I want to share because I've been in the streets since day one, trying to help those that have been injured until on Tuesday when I was also injured so much. But I'm still getting on well. But I want to encourage you that we are not going to give up. We are not going to relent anything. We are not going to shit anything on these guys. We are the medicine to this country, and we want to change it fully. We want to give a new look to this nation so that we can be able to take control of everything. We have to ensure that whatever that we have started, let us not give up. Let us not be intimidated by anybody in the government because we want to ensure that we are on the right track up to the end. So kindly, my information is very simple. Once you have been taken to any hospital around, after you have been injured, make sure that if you feel like you can be able to be transferred, make it as earlier so that we can be able to save more lives on the same. So thank you so much. I want to waste much of your time here. Thank you so much. This is Dr. Tim. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim. Thank you for that information. Kindly check your inbox. Then we're going to Jackie C.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening.
I've been doing good. I was about to sleep. Okay, I'll take a minute, not more, not less. So I'd like to congratulate you guys for your efforts. Our voice has been heard across Africa, Europe, maybe the States, Australia. Our voice has been heard because kind of advocating for a better change in this country.
Is it only me? We can hardly hear you. Move closer to your mic.
Okay, am I clear?
Yeah, right now you're better.
Okay, thanks. So I was saying, I'd like to commend you guys. Your voice has been heard across Africa, Europe, the States, this Australia. Kind of you guys have been heard. So the other thing I'd like to tell you guys is that go outside there, take back your country. We cannot live in these conditions. Each and every day, the country becomes worse because of this leadership. Go outside there and take back your country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's not spoken that is on the speaker panel? We closing.
I've been spoken. My name is Frank.
Okay,
Victim.
kindly go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. And I'm glad to talk to you because I am so happy with the revolution. And I know I've come late, but maybe next time when I get time, we should speak about what we are fighting against. Because maybe sometimes people are just coming to the street thinking it's just Ruto must go. We are fighting about monetary colonization. We are fighting about food colonialism. And these are the things that the whites have pushed into this government. These are things that have been inherited since the days of Kenyatta, and we've been carrying these burdens. So it's a lot of stuff we need to talk. And I heard somebody speak about information overload. No, a revolution needs information. It has reached a point somebody is being asked, what next after Ruto? We have answers, man. But if we don't make these places to be places to share those kind of information, then we'll get lost. Another thing that we should know, that these people are out to divide this movement. They'll bring the tribal aspect, they'll bring the age aspect, they'll bring all kind of angles to try and divide us. But one thing we have to know that Che Guevara used to use, it's called the focal theory. The focal theory is where few people come together and carry the mantle of the revolution. It actually in Cuba it was 82, 86 or 82 people. We can have small groups of people, say 20 people. From this space, we make friends, we form our own WhatsApp group. So when we come here, we are coming to demonstrate. But all the information we share in secrecy, because as we are here, there are very many bloody NIS, DCI, and all those motherfuckers here listening. They have to go. So they can't listen to our plans. So when we have such small groups, we can make it. Thank you, guys. I'm sure next time I'll get more time and we'll share more. Thank you. God bless you all. Let's fight on.
Thank you very much. Who's not spoken?
Beryl, just a simple
Yes,
request.
Yes.
Actually, the other time I spoke on a space and my previous handle actually was suspended. So this one is new. I'm requesting that you follow me, and I'll also follow you guys.
Who is talking?
Thank you. That
Who is
is my
speaking?
Twitter handle is Kipet at Kipet 1687445. Thank you.
Okay. Who is not spoken? We're
I
closing up.
haven't spoken.
Who is this?
King.
King, kindly go ahead. The space is acting up. I can hear you, but I can't actually see anybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Mine. First is just to congratulate every one of you who have participated actively in this revolution, and I urge you to press on. Another thing is to just condole with the fellow Kenyans who have lost their loved ones, everyone who has friends who have lost anyone. Poleni sana. My phone is acting up. Okay, anyway. I would like to first say, kwanza safari ya mamba haikosi burukenge. And I just want to echo what Franklin and Wazalendo and the others who have spoken. I'm in Bondo, and currently the rhetoric that is going around is that Kikuyus want to take power through the back door. And what I normally do when I hear such stuff and from people who are grown-ups, I call them out immediately. And I would like to encourage everyone, if you hear any rhetoric that is tribal, anything that is negative, call them out, educate them, let them know what is going on and what the fight is about. That's all I have to share for now. You guys have a good night.
Asante sana. Thank you for being brief. I believe if you left out, Frank, have you talked? Jakisi, have you spoken?
Yes, I've spoken.
Oh man, you got a feedback. So we appreciate everybody. Sorry, Frank?
I've spoken, thank you.
You're welcome. I believe everybody has spoken. Kioti, the space I think is tired. We appreciate everybody, and united we stand. Kioti, I don't know if you have divided we fall. Yeah.
Sure.
Try to keep your mental health. Try to walk
Can you hear me? Better.
Who is speaking?
Hi, Ibrahim. Yes, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, 1 minute.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. We're talking to Ibrahim from Migori. Nilikuwa nataka kama tunaweza fanya maneno mengine hapa, alafu at least tunaweza tukasaidia tunaweza mobilize 5 million people because I think in X we have more than that 5 million, and then we can contribute only 50 bob per week. That is a day 10 bob. And again, we will have in our account, we will have 250 million. In 2 weeks, we will have 500 million. So in this amount can help us. In any time we are going to demonstrate, we can use this money for wale watu wenye wameenda maandamano, at least mtu anaweza pata hata maji, and again tunaweza nunua kitu kama uniforms and red beret, ile kofia ya red. And again hii pesa kuna kitu hapa tukikaa tukitulia, at least kitu yenye tunafanya haiwezi kuwa poa, maybe tukipiga hesabu cause hii pesa kama sisi watu wa Nyanza region kila pahali kwa Kenya, at least tunaweza mobilize watu ili watu wafike Nairobi, and tuone ni date gani ama ni siku gani tunaweza enda to storm State House, and watu wenye wanakufa wakufe. Hata kama watu wanakufa, for example niseme 50 people they were dead, and kitu yenye tunapigania tumalize hiyo siku na ishe na William Ruto and his regime corrupt people waende nyumbani, and again tuone vile sasa maneno itakuwa. So I think that is my opinion, and nikikata simu kulingana na time nikitoka kwa X, ningependa kusema Ruto must go and his regime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's somebody who is really wants to speak. If you're on the speaker panel, can you speak? If you're on the speaker and you haven't spoken, can you speak? Okay, Kyoti, back to you. I want to appreciate everybody. It was a pleasure. I think this is the longest space I've held, but I was giving back. And we've got a lot of information. And we appreciate everybody. But Wazalendo, I really want that poem. It's not a creation. It's not something that came on your mind. So kindly, we appreciate everybody. And anything that you see that is vital information, share with us. Share with us. And I will just turn off there. Kyoti, take it up and then we can close it for a new dawn. God bless you all.
Okay, personally, I want to say thank you guys for tuning on this space. We have been up for how many hours? Around 24 hours, yeah? Because I remember I opened this space the other day. It was on Wednesday. Then ikanguka kidogo for about 10 minutes. Then tukaiamusha. And so we have been here for more than 24 hours. And of course, I can't take it for granted. You people have been my audience and you've shared a lot of things on this space. I'm very, very sure that any person who will listen to the recording of this space will be enlightened and of course delighted and will be happy because all of us have been positive towards changing this nation, bringing sanity in our nation, and ensuring that the leaders are accountable for whatever they have been doing with our funds. And so, guys, once we go to sleep, just pray that may God watch over you. He gives us health and, of course, energy, so that even when we wake up the following day, we'll be back here tuongee mambo yenye hatujaongea. So guys, I really appreciate all the co-hosts I've been with. Be Real, nimekuwa na Afro, nimekuwa na Ayo, Kowino, Six, nimekuwa na Chege. All of you guys, you have been a blessing to this space. So thank you so much. Na wale wenye mlinitumia credo, I really appreciate. Yeah, your credit itaniwezesha. Na pia to those who contributed some cash. Yeah, there are people wenye walienda tao leo actually. So I catered for around 3 buses. Kawalipia walifika tao, but najua venye kulikuwa Uhuru Park kulikuwa noma sana. But they were very positive. So you guys, I know you are very positive, and next week on Tuesday we are still out on the streets, and of course we'll occupy wherever we want to occupy. Also want to thank the NIS who are here. Yeah, you people have been following up on us. It means we are giving you work. Yeah, hamjakuwa na kazi, because even the other